Yeah, man, we're live. Thursday night reality check. We got a full panel tonight. Got somebody else sitting backstage. I'm going to bring on Frank Pesci. Bring on Frank. All right, let me introduce the panel tonight. We got Gonzo, Go Flannels. Good to see you, man.
Yo, glad to be here.
Primal Man. We got a big night for Primal Man tonight because it is his birthday. 34 years on this earth, if I'm correct, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and so what we're going to do tonight, maybe here coming up, we're going to put Primal Man on the hot seat. Yeah, so anybody in the chat, you can ask him whatever you want. It doesn't matter. We're going to ask him quick questions, and he's got to answer quick. That's the purpose of the hot seat. So
sounds like a deal.
Yeah, Mr. Finn, how you doing tonight?
Doing well. Glad to be back. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you. How about Frank Pesci? Frank, how are you?
Yeah, doing good, Tony. It was good to talk to you on the phone the other day. As you know, I've been traveling. Had my father pass away here very recently, and been dealing with some family stuff. But you know what? Hopefully back to normal now. As normal as can be. I lost my best friend and my father, but maybe that's something we could talk about later. In the meantime, it's just good to be among you fellas, and I hope we can have an enjoyable live stream tonight.
Yeah, this is actually, I think the topic tonight, take time for yourself, is maybe it's real relevant to what you're going through right now, Frank. I think that's something that.
No doubt, man. No doubt. I definitely have a lot to say.
After the passing of your father, I think this is, it's funny after I picked the topic too, and I'm like, does that sound a little bit MGTOW-ish? Take time for yourself, Like me and Gonzo had said earlier, this is go for women. Do we call women WGTOW? But let me see who's in the chat here. We've got Caduceus. What's up? Tony Pilled people. Yeah, man. Anthony Velasquez. Vivian. Peg Bell. Good to see everybody. Awesome. I'm stoked.
Dark blue.
So the topic is take time for yourself. And I think what that means is how many of us, we've got such busy lives. Think about your life. Let me ask you guys a question, everybody on the panel. Do you ever go anywhere without this, without the phone? And why is that?
I try to whenever I can. I just don't think it's healthy. I just don't think it's healthy to be thinking about it all the time. I think to have especially because a lot of my work involves email and stuff like that, and so I'll just it's so easy to sit there and compulsively check your email all the time, and so I try to avoid that. And that's basically it. I try to set aside time to use those things rather than just have it consume my whole day. So
yeah, I leave mine in my truck in between jobs. I don't keep it on me while I'm working.
Yeah, I mean, I have, my mom is 80 and my dad's 85, but they're in, pretty good health. So, I mean, for me at night, my phone is off, but for an iPhone, you have a function called Do Not Disturb, and that's people in your favorites can call you for emergencies. But even, I even noticed for me taking time to myself, I just, walk across the street to the beach, and I noticed that I even bring my phone with me. So that's one thing that I'm going to stop doing is doing that, But taking time for yourself, I think that's real important in our busy world. And I'm glad we have three married guys on here on the panel tonight: Gonzo, Mr. Finn, and Frank Pesci. And so one of the questions I'm going to have, in fact, let's start with that one. Since you guys are married, Gonzo, I know you don't have kids yet. But Mr. Finn, you have kids. So do you, Frank. What do you guys do for yourself? And how do you take time for yourself when you have a family and kids? Let's start with Frank Pesci.
Man, I love spending time alone. Obviously I have responsibilities to my family, and I make sure that I give them the amount of time that's required, in terms of investing in them. However, man, I thrive when I'm alone. When I'm able to do things, work on a project, when I'm able to just, sit down and create something, when I'm able to sit down and pray, when I'm able to sit down and read, when I'm able to just take a walk or exercise by myself. I love to be alone. You know, my mother pointed out to me when I was a little kid, you know, he loves to be in his room, and my room was always clean. She didn't have to tell me to clean my room. I always kept everything clean, always kept it organized. Like, I need my space. You know, I like to be social. I like to, you know, have friends, be out there and do things. There's no doubt about it. But I certainly value my time alone. So I get a lot of that now that I live out, you know, in a rural area in the Ozarks. I'm able to get a lot of that. Although I have a lot of great friends here too. There's a lot of community aspects about where I'm at. But, you know, after my work is done, that is to say, you know, spending time with my children, spending time with my wife, taking care of business. There's no time that I enjoy more than to be by myself.
Let me ask you a question though, Frank. How do you, when you're so busy, how do you separate yourself? In other words, that's really what I'm getting at. How do you separate yourself from family life?
You know, I try to integrate a schedule into my day, man. You know, I try to, you know, I don't do things in a mundane way, but I try to plan for the day ahead. And I always plan to, you know, have that time for myself. And I do a lot of driving too, you know, because I live an hour from, you know, any major city. And, you know, I do a lot of, you know, business in the city. So I at least get an hour to drive and an hour back. You know, I make sure that, you know, whenever I go down in the city to do business, that I'm doing something for myself too. You know, one of the things that I really got into here was basically redesigning my house. You know, I do the design around here. You know, if you take a look at my studio, this is just a small glimpse of kind of what my design style is like. My entire house is basically, you know, looking like this. You know, I was out yesterday. I put together a beautiful swatch for the houses we're having painted. I'm putting in steel rails everywhere. You know, I got window wall going up. I got, you know, beautiful glass showers going in. You know, I'm doing stuff that is, first of all, helping me, you know, build the place where I want to live, but also, you know, exercising my style and allowing me to have something where I'm able to measure progress and see what's going on. You know, my sons come alongside, they help me out. I ask them to help me do things, and I'm able to teach them how to work and to build. But I mean, you know, that I'm thriving when I'm doing things like that. So, man, I just make it happen. I always did. And, you know, one thing too, you know, I always made sure that, you know, back when I lived in New York and, you know, I had the clique that I had, I always enjoyed nothing more than going out to dinner with the boys. And I know that's just kind of a little bit of a divergence from what the question is. But what I'm trying to say is you have to separate yourself into a place where you're comfortable, where you can thrive, where you can be with people that can re-energize you. Or if it's by yourself, be in a place where you can get re-energized, because, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, as a man, you need to be, you know, you need your rest as a man, because, you know, we put out more energy, we burn more calories, generally speaking. But you have to give yourself time to re-energize and recharge to get the work done.
Let's go to Mr. Finn next. You know, you're a family man. So, yeah, what do you know, how do you separate yourself from the family? And do you get that time by yourself let me phrase it this way. Do you get the time by yourself that you need?
I make that time for myself. And how do I do that? I sacrifice sleep, right? So for me, it's getting up early. I try to get up 4:35 a.m. every day. So that way I get at least 2 hours, an hour and a half for myself, where I can read a little bit. I try to exercise in the morning, get myself mentally ready for the day, because my days are full. I give classes starting from 6 or 7 a.m. depending on the day. And then my kid has therapy every morning, so I'm the one that takes him. And when I get home throughout the day, I'm giving classes or making classes. Between that time, I'm trying to help out my wife with the logistics in the house and the kids, and giving classes at night. If I don't have class at night, I try to put the kids to sleep, so I spend some time with them. And then at night, like tonight with you guys, I'll have a cigar or something like that, where I can find time. I usually get the time in the morning. So to answer your question, the way I find time just for myself is in the morning. And it's a choice that I made to make sure I have that time for myself, because I noticed, I started this about a year ago. I was burning out because family takes a lot out of you. The kind of work that I do, as much as I love it, it takes a lot of my attention and energy to do, because I got to hustle, right? I work for myself, and it demands a lot of my attention. So I was burning out about a year ago, and I thought to myself, what can I do? And I made that conclusion. I just have to wake up earlier. So I'm really lucky that I get quality sleep. I just don't get quantity. And that's what I do. And doing that, I've noticed within this last year, the mood in the house has changed. You know, me being like the patriarch, I have a traditional family. You know, it's my family. I run the show, and I depend a lot on my wife with the kids. So we have a good dynamics here. So that's what I do to get time for myself. I wake up early, I exercise, I read a little bit, and I start my day strong.
Well, let's go to Gonzo. Gonzo, you're newly married, so with this, it's got to be an adjustment. I mean, it has to. I've been there. I know it was an adjustment for me. So what time do you take for yourself?
Well, I think the most important thing for anybody really, for any man is to make sure to pay for your wife's girls' night out. That really gives you a lot of time. I can't say it with a straight face. I'm kidding. But
oh boy, do you have the you don't have the soundboard on, do you? She's never.
No, I don't. I wish I did, but she's not yours. It's just your turn. But yeah, no.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
But yeah, no. What I do, I mean, it's really, I don't find it difficult to have time to do my own thing, because usually between, running errands and between doing things, I think kind of both of us, we kind of take our own time during the day to do our own thing for a little bit. So like, and part of that's like this show, for example, right? Mm-hmm. So anytime I'm on this show, or I'm doing my own show, or I'm on Gene's show, or whoever's show, that's part of that. And then, when I have, activities that I do on this side. I'll do a little bit of writing. I'll do a little bit of music. I'll do a little bit of something. And also another thing I find that really helps too, which is not quite the same thing, but when I do carry my phone on errands, I will oftentimes have it on. Sometimes I'll have it on airplane mode, and what I will do is I will just listen to an audiobook. I listen to audiobooks quite regularly, so I'll do that, and that gets me thinking about things. Sometimes that's how I get ideas for videos. I get ideas for stuff that we smoke on throughout the week. So I think between all of that, just, it's not always a structured thing. It's not always just like I'm going to take this exact time of the day to do my own thing, but it just depends on the week, depends on what's going on. But between all of that, I think it balances itself out. And I also I just try to have it in such a way to where I don't interrupt my sleep with my work. I'm trying to avoid that wherever possible, and that really helps.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on this panel right here is self-employed. Everyone. We're all self-employed. You got 5 self-employed dudes here. And I think there's a misconception with people that aren't self-employed. They tend to think you have freedom, but I think self-employment, you're actually more driven because you're relying on yourself to make that money. You're not relying on anybody else. So when you're self-employed, it's different. I was talking to Gonzo before the show, and I says, this weekend I'm actually going to have a relaxing weekend. I'm gonna relax. I'm not going to do, work stuff. I'm not going to go do estimates. I'm not going to, mow the lawn or trim trees, or, when you have a home also, there's always something to do. So being self-employed, one of the things I've written down here is it's like a lot of people think, oh, you can do what you want when you want. But I think when you're self-employed, you're just more driven is what it is. So you're always thinking about how you can, improve but there is also a factor I have down here, which is guilt from taking time for yourself. And I think that's a big one. I think people are guilty, whether you're in, your family situation like you guys or me. Even if I go sit on the beach, which I love to do for, 2-3 hours, it's almost like my mind is working. Like, I need to, trim the trees on this side of the yard. I need to, make some calls. So it's hard to let go of what's going on in your life. And I think nowadays, because of social media technology, it makes it even more difficult. Caduceus has a really good question here. And I'd like everybody to answer this because this is good. It's been up here, so I've been thinking about this for a while. Do you gentlemen have therapeutic hobbies? And I'm going to say that's a good one. My therapeutic hobby is surfing. And people think you can just go surfing. You can surf only when there's waves, just so you know, for anybody that doesn't surf. But it is incredibly therapeutic to sit out in nature, 300 yards, 400, 500 yards off the beach. Sit there, it's quiet. You're not hearing road noise. You're actually riding energy from the ocean. I mean, it's pretty incredible. And you talk about therapy. Surf for 5 hours and see how you feel. It's incredibly therapeutic, whether I take the kayaks out, but surfing for me is definitely a therapeutic hobby. How about you, Gonzo?
Yeah, I think out of everything, I think the most therapeutic activity for me is drawing and painting. Even if it's just something simple, if it's something small. I haven't drawn in this in a little bit, but I'll bring it out again. This is the black sketchbook, and I just have fun because there's no pressure. There's no pressure with this stuff. That's why you kind of get a little bit of randomness with these drawings, but just the act of or you could create small goals for yourself. You could try to copy other artists, or you could try to emulate different styles, but for me, just sometimes I'll just turn on that audiobook and I will just draw, and it's just a good way to chill out. Really, you can just kind of get into the zone. Really, you get into the zone. So I don't know how else to describe that. Let's
go to man. So what kind of therapeutic hobby? I like this because that's a real specific question. Think about it. Because what it is it's think of something that's therapeutic. Think of the word itself. So it's helpful. So what about you, man?
Cigars and pipes are probably the first thing that comes to mind. The second thing that comes to mind is going to church. Going to church is very therapeutic on Sunday morning. Putting on a suit. I don't get to wear suits very often because my work is outdoors and my work is dirty.
But that's not really a hobby. I mean, it's specific here, a hobby. Think about it. Yeah. I mean, you roast coffee.
My work is therapeutic. I don't know if it's a hobby, but coffee roasting is also therapeutic too. I'm just thinking of therapeutic things. I wasn't thinking about the hobby part. I guess if it had to be a hobby, I would say cigars and roasting coffee. Yeah. Yeah. Although I do make money roasting coffee. So
rolling your own cigars is what you're saying then, right?
Yeah, time to time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. In fact, you sent me one of your cigars, and I think it was a little tight, but it was really good. Mm-hmm. It was really good. Really, really good, actually.
Takes a few years. That was actually no mold. No mold at all. No total freehand.
Yeah.
No shaping it out or anything. Just, most cigars you make your cigar, your binder and your filler, and you stick it in a mold and you press it and it shapes it and you get that more professional look. So yeah, I mean, I hadn't been doing it long, so I'm glad you liked it.
Anthony Velasquez says bike riding is my therapy. That's cool. And beer, of course. That's funny. And Caduceus says, where did he say here? He likes to He likes to hike and to build things. I agree with the building things because that's what I do. I have a construction business, but I also like to make different things, like all the fish and different things like in my house are things that I made. Like I've got fish outside that, you know, in fact, I did a video on how to make a bonefish. It's called. It's probably from about a year ago. It's in my videos, but it's a simple thing that's actually pretty cool to make. But I do like making things and creating something, you know. It's, to me, that's my type of artwork, I guess. So, but let's go to Finn. What's your therapy hobby?
Yeah, like Gene, my work is actually very therapeutic as well. Making the classes, like my work that I do is behind the scenes, but when I give classes to certain students, it's very therapeutic. I enjoy it. But as far as hobbies, I love to edit and create my content. I enjoy that creative part of kind of having the idea of what kind of video I want to make and how I do it. In my Instagram posts, I really enjoy putting it together. Kicking back, smoking a cigar, and hanging out with friends about once or twice a month. I'll hang out with some friends, drink some beers and stuff. For me, that's great. And my morning routine for me is also very therapeutic. I've always been into sports and stuff growing up. Like I did traditional football, baseball, and wrestling in high school. But then in my older years, I did more of the extreme sports. Nowadays, with just a busy lifestyle, I don't really do much except for my exercises, and the fact that my shoulders are getting better. Those of you guys have known I've had shoulder problems. Now I'm actually starting to do things again. So my morning exercises is also very therapeutic. I think, like I said, last year, starting to wake up early and doing these things in the morning has made my days better. So for me, that is also very therapeutic. So my morning exercises, my classes, and making content, I find to be the best or the most therapeutic.
Okay, Anthony Velasquez says the rosary isn't a hobby. Mike Foster jokes. That's a great comment. How about you, Frank Pesci? What about a therapeutic hobby? I really like this question. It's very specific.
It's a good question. You know, it makes me wonder if everybody has a therapeutic hobby. You know, I'm reading the comments here and I see a lot of the things that I do. You know, I love to cook. You know, that's very therapeutic for me. I like to disappear out into the woods. You know, I like to just have a clear mind away from all the other noise and just kind of, you know, meld into what's going on and see if I come out with something fresh. Building things, another great thing. Editing content. I mean, this is all great stuff. I guess the question is, you know, how much therapy do we need? Should it be something that's maintenance based, continuous, or is it something that we should do as a reaction to stress? I try to do things therapeutic throughout the day, you know, based on, you know, the way that I live my life. But there are times where I need to slip away and I need to, like, you know, give myself some extra attention. So I think it's a great question. I think it's a great question. I'd be interested to hear, what other people do, you know, because, hey, that's how you learn and discover new things.
And the funny part about this question is it is perfect for taking time for yourself, because think about it. Taking time for yourself is therapeutic. It has to be. It's good for mental health. It's good for a lot of things. And in this world, I mean, you know, I think of a simple, I've been thinking about this topic since I picked it the other day, is that, you know, one of the things I love to do is work out. And working out, you know, I work out I have a gym in my garage and it's hot. You know, it's, at nights when I work out, it's in the high 80s, but I love it. That is a therapeutic, but is that a hobby? You know, that's the thing. You know, hobbies can be like he had said, gardening, cooking, those are considered hobbies. So do we on the panel, do we have those kind of hobbies? You know, I don't think work is a hobby.
I only got one, if that's the case. One hobby.
And what's that?
Cigars.
Smoking them or rolling them?
Both.
Yeah.
I mean, I normally try to find a way to make money on my hobbies, but cigars is like the only thing.
Oh, let me say hi to MD. MD, good to see you, man. Awesome. Excellent. Good to see you. MGTOW Dictionary. You guys, anybody watching this, check out the channel. It's awesome. Yeah, I think about, like I said, I think about guilt. You know, I think when we spend time for ourselves, I think there's a lot of guilt involved in that, with me anyways, because we work hard, we do things, but we still, I really don't think enough people take time for themselves. I really don't. I think it's something we have lost. You know, I think about where Frank Pesci lives. I was thinking about that today before the show, and I'm like, he lives out in the Ozarks. I would love to have 24 hours, just 24 hours without hearing a leaf blower or a weed whacker or a garbage truck. I would love it. I would love that. It's very rare.
It's good. It's good, brother. It's really
Yeah.
good.
So
I hear more gunshots than I do leaf blowers.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about this, you know, if I lived out in the boondocks where Frank lives, would I spend more time for myself? And I'm going to say, yeah, I would. I think about where I have to go, where I'm at now, where I have to go to actually be alone. I have to drive, I'll bet you a minimum of 30 miles, 40 miles to even get anywhere where you could actually spend time by yourself with no one around. Even when I'm at the beach, there's people walking by. I mean, you know, I don't have a crowded beach here. It's not like, you know, it's not like Miami Beach or Daytona Beach. So what's the answer to taking time for yourself? Gonzo?
Like what do you mean? Like,
yeah, how do we break that cycle of not, you know, it's funny because we went around the panel and a lot of had said, you know, work stuff and doing your work is not taking time for yourself. It's really not. Think about it.
It's true. It's true. Very true.
yeah, I think, you know, there's a time sometimes I think of it in terms of like producing something, and then as much as I don't like the word, you consume something, but you can, you know, you can watch a film, you can read a book, you can do that sort of thing. And so I kind of divide things up in that sort of way. And so sometimes, man, it's really tough though. Sometimes I find it's difficult to force myself to stop and just chill out, because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy what I'm working on a lot of the time, and then, you know, and then sometimes there's deadlines. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff going on at once. You just got to get it done, and so it's hard to just want to stop when you're hot, when you're in that zone and you're going at it. And so I don't know, I think,
does anybody taken trips by themselves? I know Primal Man, Gene, you definitely have, because we talked about this, and I've done that too.
Yeah.
Just to escape. Take a trip by yourself.
I love solitude.
Great thing to do. Great thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, give me an example of a place you would go by yourself.
So I used to go up to this farm where me and my father used to hunt when I was a kid. It was a bed and breakfast. It was beautiful. And I lived in New York City. So, you know, to get a couple hours outside of the city and go up to a farm, it's like a reset, man. It's, you know, for me, it's to get recharged. It's to come back with an appreciation, with a perspective, something that's new. I also think, you know, traveling, like if you can, I know we're living in this post-COVID era or whatever, so people aren't traveling like they used to. But, you know, if you could travel, I know people that have traveled and stayed at hostels in different countries, have met people, you know, have, you know, gone to the Taj Mahal and climbed these mountains at Everest and done this kind of stuff alone. And, you know, I've never done anything quite that extreme. You know, I've gone to Africa and Morocco and stuff like that. You know, just with one other person, another dude, for some, you know, for a missions trip. You know, something like, you know, deep where the State Department tells you not to go. But never like alone. And there's tremendous value in it. I could see it. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to do that now. Not anything major like that, but you know, I've traveled around the United States by myself plenty, and it's always been fun. But there's tremendous value in it. I definitely can see that.
Well, this is a cool question from Vivian. Have you ever been in a sensory deprivation tank? I haven't, but it seems like it would kind of freak you out a little, because I believe you can hear your heartbeat. You can hear every breath you take. You know,
every move you make.
Yeah. I knew that was coming after I said that. I knew that was coming. Yeah, I set myself up for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's something, I mean, to me, like, is going to the bottom of a pool and sitting there is kind of, or like out in the ocean when you're surfing, just dive down to the bottom, you know, and it's just really quiet and you can hear noises but you can hear yourself breathing. Yeah, that's kind of cool. John Boston says he would like to go to northern New Hampshire and be alone for a few days. Yeah, I really do think that we're in a society where, like, being alone and doing things for yourself is almost frowned down upon. You always have to do something. There's always something on the agenda. Always, 100%. And I'm noticing this is a difficult topic because people aren't really, when we say do something for yourself, I'm not seeing a whole lot of things that everybody's doing for themselves. I mean, really, like, getting away 100%. Like, you know, I understand the family dynamic, so that makes it more tough. But, you know, Mr. Finn, how important is it to get away and do something for yourself?
Well, it's almost impossible for me with the dynamics in my home. Like, my family completely depends on me, so to travel alone is nearly impossible. You know, my wife doesn't drive, so I'm everything. I'm provider, protector, I'm chauffeur, I run errands. So there's lots of logistics in my day that I have to, you know, organize and set up. And that's the reason why waking up early, even before the sun comes up, is so important to me, because that's the only way I can guarantee I have alone time just for me, where I can read or I can exercise. Other than that, there's none. I have no other option, because there's just too many things that I have to take care of. And it's okay. Like, it's nothing that's forced upon me. This is the life I've chosen. I've always wanted to have what I have as a family man, as a patriarch. But I do think it's important. Otherwise, I wouldn't make that sacrifice of sleep, you know?
I just realized this would be a great question for Michael Bunker. I wonder what he would have to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at his stuff and I see he does take time for himself, you know?
If this was a panel of women, I'm sure there'd be a lot more to talk about.
I got to know why you said that.
You got to know why? Could you just imagine all the squawking and cackling and oohing and ahhing about girl this and girl that, and you ought to do this, girl, and I did this and that and this and the other. Whereas us, we're like, work.
Chill out a minute.
Right. Cigar, bro. Beer.
That's his whole show.
Yeah, Anthony Velasquez says, I spent 8 hours by myself today, but I wouldn't have done that before I was getting divorced. Yeah. Caduceus said, just did my nails, G.
I like, you know, what Frank said, going out into nature and stuff. That's something that I really enjoy. You know, all of my videos, now I'm doing a little more in my office, but that's one of the reasons why I would go out into the jungle and record. just because that connection with nature is something I've always used to do. When I lived in the States, I used to go camping a lot and fishing a lot. Living where I live in Brazil, the beaches are amazing. And I really enjoy going to the beach. I love taking a dive in the ocean, but I can't say that's therapeutic. I got 2 little kids, 2-year-old and 4-year-old. So going to the beach, they're running around. I got to keep my eyes on them. So there's not much chilling going on. So as much as I love that stuff, it's hard for me to break away and do it by myself nowadays. Maybe in the future I get back to it.
Yeah. I think, it's funny because, it's almost like crickets now, because when you really dive into this, it's like, do we do things for ourselves? Now, Gene, you live alone. Okay. It's different. I live alone. You live alone. It's probably different for me and you than it is for the other 3 guys on this panel tonight, because you spend a lot of time by yourself.
True. Yeah.
So, but are you really taking time for yourself?
That's interesting, because I'll put it to you like this. If I was married, if I did have kids, I would be even more motivated. Let's just say, I feel like I'm motivated by doing things for other people more than I am for myself. I feel better sacrificing my own time for people I love. And so yeah, being alone is a definite different dynamic for sure. So there's times I'm just sitting down and I'm like, okay, what can I do, to actually, I don't know, find a way to serve or work or do something. It's hard for me to just sit down and do nothing and just be with my thoughts or myself or whatever. I want to be sort of learning or serving or something, right? But when I am by myself and I do take that time, it's usually smoking a cigar. But I get more pleasure out of serving people I love, to be honest. That's my joy. That's where I get pleasure.
Well, no, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess in a sense that is taking time for myself, working and sacrificing for people I love. I guess maybe that's a little off point. I don't know. Maybe it's on point.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I'm finding this is a harder topic than I expected.
Yeah, I think so.
because what I'm finding is that we aren't taking time for ourselves. I asked this question to somebody, and I'm going to play it. So, Jesse Lee Peterson, what do you do for yourself? And here's his response.
Watch a good little movie, but spend time alone. I love being alone.
Okay.
And I work out at the gym.
Good. Me too. I can tell when I met you. That's
yes,
great.
Sir. So do you.
That's great.
I can tell too.
That's great.
You know Joel is here, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You black.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, we asked Jesse that question. I had asked him, what do you do for fun? What do you do for yourself? And you're talking a busy guy. Think of his life. He's on camera all the time, running around the country. So, a guy that's that busy, that's his response. Just to spend time alone, watch a little movie, likes to work out. So even we all have busy lives. I mean, just incredibly busy. So taking time for yourself, I think, is real important. But I noticed that that doesn't seem to be the norm anymore. It's just not the norm. It seems to be. I think a lot of taking time for yourself is guilt driven. I really do think that it's driven by guilt. So your mental health and I think just some of your well-being depends on not just time alone, but time for yourself. I think time alone and time for yourself are two completely different things. You know, time alone a lot of times is to get away. Where time for yourself is doing something that you love, something that you enjoy. So let me ask you, I want to ask Frank Pesci a question. Your dad, you just lost your dad. Your dad was obviously a huge part of your life. What did your dad do for himself?
My dad was one with nature. That's what he did. He was a great man, by the way. He was just so full of love, and it was such a moving experience. Losing my father and being comforted by all the people whose life he touched and had an effect with. But what he would do is literally, he loved his family. That was his number one therapeutic thing, was to be with his family. But for himself was to go out into the woods, and he was an artist. He would draw pictures. He would take the mud off of the forest floor and put it on his face. Just become one, just sit down there. And he came to the point in his life where he became such a great woodsman that he was able to sneak up on a deer, to allow a deer to walk right into his path and to reach out and actually touch the deer. That is how one with nature this man became. He was quite a dude. So he was somebody that knew how to relax. He told a story to me a few times. He had high blood pressure now and then, and he would go into the doctor's office and they would take his blood pressure and they would, measure his blood pressure. Thank you. They measure his blood pressure, say it's high. He goes, okay, I'll fix it. And then he would sit there and he would just dream of himself or just place himself as if he was in an ocean and just bobbing in the water, just up and down, everything completely out of his mind. And then they would watch his blood pressure drop right there in front of him. So he was somebody who had a great connection to his mind. He had a great spiritual connection, had a great appreciation for nature and these kinds of things. He loved God. He loved his family. And he was somebody that knew how to use his mind. He could change the entire environment around him with the power of his mind. And I think one of his best available sources to do that was to spend time in the woods and to create art as a result. So, I'm glad you asked. It reminds me, those are all good things that my father taught me. And, I want to be able to, honor him the best I can with some of those things he taught me and make use of them, because some of those things are very good.
So let me ask you a question. So you take that from your dad. Have you put that into your own life?
To a certain extent, he was a master of it. I'm telling you, this guy was just, I think Vivian commented, as monk level. I mean, he was incredible. I can do it, but I haven't put the energy into mastering it like he did. And part of it comes from his story. He was abused as a kid. His father was, real mean to him when he was a kid, like physically abusive. And his mother used to, spend months out of the year in Italy. So he would basically have to find a place of solace for himself because of the chaotic world that he lived in. And he took those bad things and he totally responded the right way. And he gave me and my brother and our family, the greatest life that we could ask for from a father. And, I try to do these things with my children. I try to be a great father for them because my father showed me how to be a father. But honestly, this guy was a master at these things. And, maybe, I'm 36. He was 67 when he passed. He died tragically. It was early for him to die. The cause of death was not really natural. But, hey, hopefully, I'll have a double portion of what he had and put good use of it and pass it on to my children. And we'll let his legacy live through us the best that we can. Because I know that the seed is in me. It's for me to harness. It's for me to grab. It's for me to develop and mature in those things. I never did. I was more interested in, a more aggressive approach. Let's get things done. Let's make it happen. I like to organize and put people to work. But, there's a lot of benefit into how he lived. And, I'm definitely going to take it more seriously and adopt some more of those things for sure.
do you think the passing of your father, say, opened your eyes a little to make, let's go back to the topic, because you said your dad took a lot of time for himself. He went out and into the woods and did his artwork and all that stuff. And I think they call that grounding, right? When you're kind of become one with nature. I think that's called grounding. But did that like spark anything in you? You know what I'm saying? Did it say, okay, life is precious. I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to look at my dad and say, okay, he did this for himself. So am I going to do the same thing?
Yeah, man, definitely, bro, definitely. We don't plan to lose our parents. If we have a good relationship with our parents, we want to honor them into their old age. I know that's not the case for everybody. My father's case, he didn't have a great relationship with his father, and it actually didn't have a relationship at all, in the latter years, because his father chose not to be part of his life. But, my case, my father was part of my life. So for all the things that he invested into me, those are things that the seed, again, is there. And it just needs to be invigorated. I just need to put purpose behind it to develop those things. Now, with regard to his passing, does that open my eyes? Definitely. I mean, life is precious. And, it makes me, first of all, I became instantly more mature because my father is no longer here. So I have to approach things from the perspective that I don't have a father here on earth that I can turn to in situations that a man wants to turn to his father to. I can no longer do that. I am now the patriarch of my entire tribe, my entire clan. I'm the head guy now. So I have a whole different perspective on how I have to approach my family with regard to nieces, nephews, brothers, in-laws, all these things in order to, make the best reputation, the best opportunity for my generation of kin that is here and that is now. And my father prepared me well for those things. I mean, this guy was so diverse in what he knew, what he did, what his travels were, what his talents were. His ability to, comport with people was just so amazing, so natural. And, those things I have. But again, I haven't chosen to do them to the level that he did. But now I can. I have an appreciation for who he was. And if I don't in my own life keep those things alive, then they'll pass with his passing. Whereas I have an opportunity now to take those seeds that he placed inside of me and convey them to my children, convey them to, the rest of my family, as I'm now the patriarch of that clan. So, I'm going to honor my dad because he's a man that deserves honor. And, man, we're going to do the best we can what we have where we're at. And we're going to let his legacy of love and just awesomeness just live on. I mean, I'm fired up. I'm still mourning, but the process of mourning has been super helpful. It's important that when you go through a thing like this in life that you don't miss any of the opportunities. You don't miss the opportunity for lament. You don't miss the opportunity for mourning. You don't miss the opportunity to love and to allow people to love you. You don't miss the opportunity to reflect and figure out what it is that actually occurred and what you can do as a result of that and what opportunities lie forth. When I got the call, my father was sick for about 7 weeks. He was literally bitten by a mosquito in northern New Jersey. The man of nature was bitten by a mosquito that carried this super rare encephalitis called Jamestown Canyon encephalitis. I think there's 145 cases annually on a national scale. And consecutively, this encephalitis caused basically total organ failure. Hang on while I turn on my camera. Sorry about that.
That's
consecutively, it just caused his entire system to just fall apart. And he's laid 7 weeks in a coma from a mosquito bite. And it eventually took him. But God is so incredibly gracious. In that 7 week time, I had, a very small window of opportunity to talk to my dad. And, man, he loved me just as much as he always did. And I loved him just as much as I always did. And it was such grace for the way that it worked out. And, we can get into all that detail another time. But man, you can't miss the process. You have to appreciate the process, because in the natural order of things, it should be, in most cases, that our parents, precede us in death, and that we should, the man should precede the wife normally in death, and the children should be, should die after the parents die. That's kind of the normal order of things. So in the normal course of things, everybody's got to experience death on this scale and on this level. And if you don't take the opportunity to learn from it and appreciate it and to respect it and to grow from it, then you're missing out on a monumental opportunity for your own life, to become the best version of yourself and to honor the legacy of those who passed on before you. So, it sucks that he's not here, but hey, I'll tell you what, man, I love my dad, and you'll probably see more of him in me, in the days to come. I'm sure of it.
That's quite a story, Frank, because it hits me pretty hard, because I do know, again, guys, I'm 58 years old, and my dad is 85 years old. Just I think I told everybody about a month ago, came down with a real aggressive prostate cancer, which is, I don't want to say it's normal for 85, but I mean, when you talk to like doctors and people like that prostate cancer is something like most men would die of naturally. In other words, that's the thing that's going to get you. He had a bone scan and a CAT scan, and luckily the cancer didn't travel throughout his body. So now they're going to treat, with radiation. But, I haven't experienced that at 58 years old. I haven't experienced that loss. And there was another thing you said about the order of people passing. Like, I can't imagine as a parent what it would be like to lose a son or a daughter, and how much that would affect somebody, So, but like you said, in the natural order of things, you expect the man to, pass before the wife. You expect, the parents to pass before anybody else in the family. So that's quite a story. And what it did is it sparked Muhammad, who's in the chat. Muhammad, good to see you. But I would love to get you and, Muhammad and Frank on a stream one night and talk about the passing of your fathers, because Muhammad wrote his dad wrote him some incredible letters. He sent me the letters. I have them in my email. And I do, I think this would make a great topic, because it's something that I haven't
experienced. Anytime, brother, anytime.
Something I haven't experienced, obviously, and I don't know what to expect. I can say from sitting back that, when, and I say if my father passes, and I say it like that, like if, like he's never going to go anywhere. And that might sound, strange, but it's more like me when I think about it, it's something that I absolutely dread, the passing of your mother and father. And I wonder in myself on how I'll handle it. How am I going to handle that when the time comes?
You know what, Tony? It's really important that you have your affairs in order, because you never know when that day is going to be. So it's really important to make sure that your life insurance is up to date, all your beneficiaries are accounted for, your last will and testament is in place. You want these things predefined. Otherwise, somebody's going to make those decisions, for you or for somebody, in your family, as it were. Don't put these things off. That's one of the first things my wife and I did, was we made sure we got all our stuff in order, so that our children are taken care of. You just never know. Just never know, man. Probate is, if you could set these things up before, then you don't have to deal with probate. So, it's the best thing you can do is get that set up ahead of time.
Yeah, I put anybody that's watching, I put a link for the StreamYard if you want to join the stream and, talk about this topic, which is take time for yourself. And I think, Pat, we're really sorry that your dad passed, Frank, same to Muhammad, that's in the chat. And, but for guys that haven't experienced that, Mr. Finn, is your dad alive? And I'm curious of Gonzo. I know Primal Man's dad is alive. Hell, he's younger than me, if I'm correct.
Yeah, by a few years.
So, Mr. Finn, let's go with you.
Yeah, my dad's alive. Him and I have a good relationship.
Good.
He's a lot of the reasons why I am who I am and how driven I am is a lot because of my dad, my work ethic. I remember as a teen, I don't say as a kid, but as a teen growing up, he was hard on my brothers and myself. And I remember the times I complained, and he basically said, "Look, I'm raising men. I'm not raising boys, you know." So nowadays, like my mom still wants to kind of treat me as a boy, which is I guess moms do. But my father, for most of my adult life, has treated me, I don't want to say as an equal, but as a man. You know, him and I, we talk and stuff. We have a really good relationship. Unfortunately, just because my whole family, we're all spread out. I mean, I'm here in Brazil. He's in Nevada. I got a brother in South Dakota, a brother in New York. So we're everywhere. And unfortunately, I think I'm probably the best one of the family that keeps connections and makes phone calls and stuff. But when we talk, yeah, it's always good. Always good stuff. My dad, I've seen my dad, and he's been evolving, and he's way more into God, and he's way more spiritual than he ever was when I was growing up. So I love to see how he is. So yeah, to answer your question, he's still alive and he's doing well. And I tell him to keep going strong because I plan to be in the States soon, and I want him to be with my kids, you know.
Well, let's go to Gonzo, because I don't know this, Gonzo, about you, and if it's personal, too personal, of course you don't have to talk about it. But I'm just curious on, you know.
Yeah, well, my dad is still alive.
Papa Gonzo, let us know about Papa Gonzo.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to him all too frequently, and that's, you know, there's a few reasons for that, but he, you know, I love my dad, but he's here's the interesting thing about him is that man, it's like I have a lot of compassion for the guy because I think conversations that we have on these shows and the subjects that we talk about in the manosphere, particularly, you know, the stuff like we're talking about the family, we're talking about the patriarchy sort of stuff. I think that's something that my dad would have really benefited from if it was back then in his era, because his parents never taught him that, like his father never instilled into him like how to be a man, like how to be a patriarch, how to have a family, like how to do all this stuff. And so I think what happened was he struggled his whole life, and he struggled with family, he struggled with thoughts, with all these different things. And so, you know, he suffered really big time because of that. And so, you know, now he's sort of estranged from everybody, but he lives out in the desert, and he sort of does his own thing. He works his old job, and he is a very I don't want to say spiritual, but because he's a Christian, but he's very into it. And so I think he goes to church. He goes to church all the time. He reads the Bible, and he listens to a lot of teachings and does a lot of study and that sort of thing. And so it was interesting. I think like growing up, a lot of what I learned about the Bible was through him, and he learned from a man named Gene Scott. He was really influenced by Dr. Gene Scott, and so yeah, that kind of just sort of will give you a flavor of what that was like growing up for me. But
Are you close to your dad? I mean,
I'm not very close. I haven't like I said, I hadn't talked to him in 10 years. I talked to him. I'm trying to think of like when it was that I last talked to him. Maybe it'd been like, it was recently, but I hadn't talked to him in 10 years, and so it was when I heard Jesse's message. You know, forgive your mother, return to your father, that sort of thing. I was like, oh man, I got to do this. And so I called him up and I talked to him, and we just had a conversation. It was great. And you know, I think what Jesse says is true. I think, the fathers love their children. They really do. And they would never hate their children. It's pretty much always it's the mother that they can't handle. They can't deal with them. And it's a horrible thing that happens, but the mother turns the children away from the father, and that's what happened to me. So yeah, so I mean, this story isn't over yet. So I'd like to talk to him more. I'd like to dive deep with him on this different stuff. He doesn't really have internet. He doesn't really know about all this, and so it's really interesting. But
be nice to have him on the show one night.
Oh, that would be crazy. I'm not sure if that'd be possible. We'd have to get him on the phone, but yeah, it'd be like what was it? We had Grimm's father on Gene's show recently. That was something.
That was cool. Yeah,
we gotta get we gotta have the dad show.
The dad show. That would be sweet.
I want to welcome Muhammad. Muhammad, how you doing?
I'm all right. Can you guys hear me clear or no?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you. Good.
Loud and clear. Good to go.
Yeah, this show is taking a big turn. Who'd we lose? We lost Frank here for a minute. But yeah, the show is taking a turn. We talk about taking time for yourself, and now we're talking about dads. I'll just tell you about my dad is that me and my dad are actually very close. But my dad does still, I didn't want to say a but, not an asterisk in there, but I think what happens is that, like with my father, I'm still his boy. It's like, it's almost, I don't want to say I didn't grow up, but I'm still, how do I say this? He treats me as a man, but I'm still his child. Does that make sense to you guys?
You'll always be his child, the little lad.
He's still very protective of me and always very concerned about what's going on in my life. And I think as we get older, we might want to think that's prying, but it's not. He's concerned. I mean, I see a lot of concern from my dad, especially in the past few months. He's been through different bouts of cancer, survived them all. Had 11 inches of colon removed last year and was cutting hair the next day. He's out in his barbershop just cutting hair. He's not supposed to lift his arms above his head or whatever, but he was doing it. But he does still treat me not as a child, but I think he still looks at me as his child. Does that make any sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Perfect sense.
You know what I mean? It's like it's almost like you don't want somebody to grow up. So I wonder if anybody on the panel can father and son really ever become like friends? But is it still always father-son relationship? So anybody want to jump in on that? Go for it. Muhammad, how about you?
Look, it's a very good question, and I've grappled and struggled. Not really struggled. I understood. He was very close, very loving. Although he never said it to me, "I love you," never ever. But it was pretty evident from his actions. At the same time, he had this fatherly love and protective role, and and now that I've got 3 children, I can see how it is impossible for a father to just get rid of that role in his existence. And and I would actually ask, is it really realistic for me to expect that my father will, deal with me as he deals with his peers. And in reality, he's not my peer, he's my father. So I was very glad to embrace that role from him. And it's very funny, like I'm a pretty senior professional at a very high level. When I make a phone call, the government will mobilize resources anywhere between $100,000 to $500,000 to scoop a patient. But he had no respect for my medical professional opinion, and he would tell me to get lost. so it's not. It's perfectly acceptable and fathomable as far as I'm concerned.
You made a great point there. That can a father and son really be peers? And for me, I'm going to say probably not. Because a peer is somebody on your level. Is your dad on your level? Because you have a high respect for your dad.
My dad used to tell me, I'm not your kid friend, boy.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm with you, Primal Man, my friend.
But as we've gotten older, I have a different take. But that's what he used to tell me when I was a younger man. Much younger man.
Yeah. The relationship evolves. It's constantly evolving, and you can see how your father will evolve his respect for you with passage of time, and he will give you more and more respect with your opinions. But in the end, in the final analysis, I'm still his son. He's my father, and he gets this unlimited credits for being that. He could have dumped me on a rubbish heap and could have left me to die. He didn't do that. And that is simply unsurpassable. And we have no gratitude for what our fathers and mothers do for us. We take them for granted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Caduceus has a great comment here. He said it's tough to work like a regular friendship, as you are one of the most important investments of your father. He will try to guide you towards his vision out of love, even if it conflicts with yours. And boy, that nailed it right there. That nailed my situation, and I don't want to call it it's a situation, but I think that fathers, even if you're not super close to them, and I'm very close to my parents. In fact, my dad always jokes with me because he says there's one thing about Tony. He's always got to stay close to the tit. And I still crack up about that because when they moved to Florida, I moved down here 6 months right after that. So, but I also tell my brothers, like I have boots on the ground here. So you don't understand the same dynamic when dealing with mom and dad. You don't understand it. You're not 15 miles away. So it's a little bit different. You might have a different understanding of, where I am with my parents compared to being 1,500 miles away, So, dad still always tells me I'd like to be close to the tit. So that's it.
It's funny to answer kind of like the friendship thing. My father and I, we have like a friendship relationship, whereas, and I don't mean like friendship like you have with your friends, like buddies, but my father has shown me and spoken to me how much like he is proud of me. I think the fact that I've cut out this life I have myself, having moved to another country, built myself up. When I do see my dad, we can hang out and we could talk and I could be open with him. But the fact that he is my dad, there is always going to be that respect level. Like I can't rib him, or I mean, I can play with my dad, but it's different because he is my dad. I can rib him. We have fun and we can hang out, but because he's my dad, there's always that level of respect. And the funny thing is, it's totally different than with my mom. My mom, I love her, God bless her, but I can't spend that much time with her. She loves the drama. She likes to provoke fights and arguments. And the sad thing is sometimes I got to show her the wisdom, like, Mom, serious? So the relationship with my dad is great. And I do miss hanging out with him.
Well, I'll tell you something really funny that you never do with your dad. Never walk up to your dad and be like, "What's up, pops?"
Yeah.
Don't ever touch dad's hair. Don't ever touch the top of your dad's head. That's what they call sunning. That's what he does to you. Don't sun your dad. He does that to you. I mean, you're gonna get a quick pow.
I mean, I listen to Jesse and watch him, and he does say, if you watch Jesse Lee Peterson, he will say that, and I kind of agree with him, that as parents get older, the roles tend to reverse. I've got a bunch of pictures of my dad on Father's Day, and it's funny because I got my hand on my head, and it's funny you say that because I always rub my dad's head. Oh, yeah, I do. But there's also the dynamic to where we talk about, you're a peer with your dad, but I don't think that's really true because I think of the things that I would tell my friends, I would never say to my dad. I mean, I think there's certain boundaries because he is my father, that there's things that I'm not going to, like out with your friends, you know what I mean? Or talking with your buddy at work or something. You're not going to say those things to your dad. And I'll tell you why you're not going to say those things to your dad, because your dad's going to lay down the judgment on you if you say those things. You're going to get slapped. Like, it's so I don't really think that peer relationship is possible. I think that it is a different dynamic. It's not really a friendship. It is a father and son role that you take. But I do notice as my dad gets older, I don't want to say the roles are reversing, but there is a slight reversal now of roles. So, and we're Italian. I mean, I know that, my brother comes into town, I pick him up at the airport, I give my brother a kiss, both my brothers. But that's the way we grew up. Same thing with my dad. The last time I saw my dad this week, and I kissed him on the top of the head. He's sitting in the chair. But that's, maybe that's an Italian thing. I don't know if you guys kiss your dad when you see him. Is that something?
Can you see my profile picture of Just Chain? That's my dad and me and my son.
Oh yeah. 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 So Muhammad, so in your culture, we'll call it, is that something that's normal?
Absolutely normal.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely normal.
Yeah, my dad's no kisser.
No.
Sorry?
I was gonna say my dad's no kisser. It's more of the kind of strong silent type. We get like the hug, the half hug. All right, good to see you.
I'd say
it's more from my side. Yeah.
Yeah.
People are different. Individuals are different, and as you can see, even in this picture, I'm the one kissing him, and he's not very much. Well, he's receptive of me, but he would not do it himself very often. It was very uncommon, but it doesn't matter because his action all his life was a testament to how much love and care he had for me and for my brother and sister. So. Yeah, so that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm curious because like I said, the whole kissing thing. I don't know if that's an Italian thing.
It's different cultures. It's different cultures.
Yeah, it is. I'll tell y'all like this. My dad's mom straight off the boat, Sicilian. His dad, Kentucky hillbilly, just a Kentucky like hill hopping, just country boy, not very affectionate. He black and white. He meant business. Had a little bit of a temper. Those kinds of things. My dad picked that up from his dad. Man, a few words kind of thing. Now, it's funny because if you can unlock that affectionate side of my dad, it's the best thing in the world. He'll kiss us. He'll kiss us on top of the head. He'll come up to me and he'll slap me on the cheek like that, just playing around, and he'll grab my beard and he'll say, "Man, if I was ever in a fight with you, I'd pull that beard and I'd be able to whoop you," that kind of thing. But his dad was not very affectionate. My dad took a little bit of that on as a father to me. it was probably maybe 7, 8 years ago that I actually told my dad I loved him, because it was kind of an awkward thing between us. Ever since I told him that, every time we on the phone, every time we see each other, I love you, son, love you, dad. It's like once I broke that ice with him, there was like this awkwardness that he created. You know, that he put there on us and himself. Because his dad was the same way. His dad was strictly business. And so I guess he figured that's the way to be a father, strictly business. But once I, as his son, unlocked that I love you, dad thing, it was just, I love you too. It just opened up a whole new relationship between me and my dad. One thing I did want to say about my dad, he's a man of few words. He's a very sober-minded man, very sober-minded. He's not what you would call a character or attention-seeking or anything like that. Just a very sober, down to business, consistent, loves to sit, loves nature, loves coffee, and just hanging out. Me and my dad, we do have a friendship. I would say we do have a friendship, but the respect of a father is always there, and I want that respect there. If I didn't have that respect for my dad, it just wouldn't be right. Just wouldn't feel the same. But I mean, I could go on about my dad. Main thing about my dad, he's just very sober-minded, and he's a man of few words.
We got some cool comments here. Vivian, I get that. Yeah, it's your dad. Mr. C has a kind of a comment here. What about dads that push their family to the side for a bimbo? Yeah, I think that's actually probably more common now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the, I understand the, I think to answer this question, I think what this has to do with is a lot of times it's more of a midlife crisis, you know. It's kind of the reverse of hypergamy or whatever you would call it, you know.
Hypogamy.
Yeah, hypogamy. I think they call it hypogamy. But yeah, that's a real tough one right there, man. That's a tough one. Yeah.
What a mess.
Yeah, my Italian grandfather always slipped me $1 like he was secretly giving me something illegal. Yeah.
That was my grandma.
Yeah.
That was my girl. Don't tell nobody.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's funny? Talk about that comment about the father that pushed the family aside for the bimbo. I left a comment like that's not much of a dad. I mean, okay, you may have left your biological traits, but I mean, a father's present. A father is there.
Yeah,
I can relate a lot to your dad, Gene. My dad is a lot like that. Strong, silent type. He said what needed to be said. He wasn't very emotional. You know, when he was pissed, he had that look, you know. And he never really said he loved us like I love you growing up. Now that he's older and he's a grandfather and stuff, he's a little more expressive.
They soften up.
Yeah, he's a lot more expressive that way. He will say like I love you in response when I say I love you. I'm much more affectionate. Like I love my kids. I grab them, I hug them, I kiss them, I throw them. A lot of it too is like this culture in Brazil is very affectionate. Like the guy, you know, lots of hugs and kissing on the cheek and stuff. And I've always kind of been like this, much more affectionate than my father. And I do grab him and I hug him and I tell him I love him. But he's more reserved. He's much more reserved. But you're right. He's softened up quite a bit as he's gotten older, pushing 70, got a bunch of grandkids now.
See, my dad not only has me, I'm 34, my sister's 33. He also has a 19-year-old. A just made 19-year-old son. And of course, my mom is just always having fits about something. Like Tony says he can't get too far from the tit. It's the opposite with me. My mom's always stalking me down, right? Like just today, today's my birthday. I didn't answer my mom's text or call or whatever because I'm swamped in work. And not even 2 hours later, I get a text from my dad. That's when I know it's bad. Hey, call your mom. She's worried about you. I get a text from my girl. Hey, your mom's looking for you. She texts everybody to almost like to the point where it's like calling the police to come look for me. Like, you know, that's how bad it is with my mom. But raising a 19-year-old she has fits with him doing stuff. You know, mothers are they tend to be very like in your business all the time. Whereas my dad's just sort of like, you know, kick back now at 56 and my little brother's 19. But my mom has fits with that. And my dad's just like, whatever at this point, you know. I done raised 2 kids. Now I'm dealing with a 19-year-old. I'm too tired for this stuff, you know. Too old for this.
Let's look at this comment, man. Only show of affection from my father was a handshake and all of the hard work that he did for the family. Anything more than that, I think he considered too much of a sign of weakness. Yeah, I think isn't that cultural, those type of things? You know,
No, I don't think
some of it.
I don't think it's sorry, go on, Tony.
Oh, yeah, here he is, Michael Foster.
What's up,
I don't
fellas?
think it's a sign of weakness, really. Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, we've got a major patriarch right now that just jumped in, Michael Foster. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Look at man's hat. What's going on, man?
Hey,
You selling drugs? You a drug? What's going on there?
This is the cue for everybody to know I'm hot right now.
Okay.
No, you know, it's funny, Michael Foster. We had it's funny because I should call you. I think out of pure respect, I use your whole name every time, Michael Foster.
I say Tony Bruno, but I know a lot of Tonys, so
yeah,
I don't know.
So the topic was taking time for yourself, and that was the topic. We had segued into this because of Frank Pesci lost his dad last week.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and Frank's a great guy. He lost his dad got bit by a mosquito, and came down with basically it's a form of, I think, encephalitis.
Oh, wow.
Is rare at 67 years old. So we kind of segued into that, and then we got Muhammad on here who had a great relationship with his dad. We're going to do a whole show about. I think we need a whole show about dads.
Muhammad, is this the Muhammad I talked to previously? That had a good. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So you know what? Let's jump back as a dad yourself and a busy dad with 7 kids. So taking time for yourself. What do you do? And Caduceus made a great comment. It was about what therapeutic hobbies do you do for yourself?
So honestly, for me, the most important part of my day is waking up early and having morning time. So I try to have about 2 hours to myself every morning. That includes waking up. I'll go run 2 miles when I wake up. So I'll go knock that out real quick. And I read it. I just jog it. So it's like 25 minutes or whatever to run 2 miles, and usually listening to a book on tape or maybe a lecture series. And so I'll listen to that. And then I like to have a good portion of time of silence. I've found so it's, if you think of, you eat and then you don't eat, right? Feast fast. You have to be that way with content as well. So you have to have time to let it digest and make sense. That's the Christian understanding of meditation. So meditation isn't emptying your mind or clearing your mind, but focusing your mind on some good truth and digesting it, turning it around. It's like a Jolly Rancher that you just kind of throw around in your mouth. You suck on it, you get all the juices out. So I like to have that time. And so I have to preach a sermon every week. Every week I have about a 40-minute sermon I have to teach. And part of my preparation is just keeping my mind fertile, thinking about things, staying on top of things. So I'll actually spend a lot of time, probably 4 days a week. I won't touch my sermon text, but I'm always reading a book. I'm always thinking about something early in the mornings, and it ends up being invaluable to the work I have to do when I write my sermon on Fridays and Saturdays and preach it on Sundays. So a big part of my week is I'm up usually 5 a.m. usually. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. is kind of my time. Then get the family up. But so that's a big part of my time. Run, think. I like to go out and check the chickens, see if I got any eggs. Our chickens usually lay eggs in the afternoon, but it let them out of the coop. But that's important. I think morning times now, evening times could work too. There's all different types of people. Like there's nothing special about morning versus evening, in my opinion. I prefer mornings. I think it's more natural to start to the day than the close of the day. But in the end, it's better to have one or the other than nothing. But so for me, that's my time. The rest of my time is spent with people. I'm just always with people. Me and my wife are. I'm always with my kids. I'm always with people from my church. If I'm streaming, I just got off another stream a second ago. That's my life. So alone time is the bathroom and my 2 hours in the morning. That's how it works. So I'm an extrovert though, so I like people. So there's not a big deal.
I'm going to bring on Caduceus. I'm hoping this is the real one. Caduceus?
Yes, sir.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? I know there's a lot of trolls that try to play like me.
Yeah, no, I know that. So I had my finger on the trigger here. So, yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. So any input? Yeah, I want to hear, you had some great comments in there about spending, time by yourself. Are you married, single? Or?
I'm single, 24-year-old.
Okay.
Got to start up medical school, so pretty young. Got a lot of work to do. But I think a lot of what were you going to say?
No, I remember you from MGTOW Dictionary streams. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think too many men in general take time for themselves, and I'm glad you made the distinction between time by yourself and time for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I think time for yourself should be used to both explore your I think you should explore your therapeutic hobbies that help you recharge and heal, like you guys mentioned earlier. I think that you should be using it to explore, to find out more about yourself and the world, to find out why life is a blessing and why you should work hard to maintain stability in your life. Because the natural order of things, like the thermodynamic principle of entropy, everything goes to disorder, and it takes work and energy to keep things orderly and stable. So you have to give yourself a reason. In healthcare, personally, and what I see in patients, everyone knows how to fix their problem usually. If you have an overweight person, they know they need to diet. If you have a smoker who has a lot of lung issues, COPD, they know they got to stop smoking. But they need that reason, and they get that reason by taking time for themselves.
Yeah, you had said about animals too. So when you say animals, what animals do you have?
What did I mention? Animals?
I think you did. Was it you? Maybe not.
No, I don't.
I have a bunch of animals. It might have been me.
Okay. Yeah.
Got a farm.
I think it's good to like raise your own animals for like eggs and stuff like that, so you know where everything you make is coming from. I know what you consume is coming from. That's a different topic for a different day.
Yeah. What part of the country are you in?
West Coast, California.
Coast. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. How's that going in California?
That's interesting. Great weather, but crazy.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I think, this, when I thought about this topic a couple days ago, and it's funny because as we went around the panel, I look at somebody like Michael Foster, and Mr. Finn, and this topic was actually more difficult than I thought it would be to talk about, because as we went around the panel, I'm like, well, maybe people on this panel aren't really taking time for themselves. Like I said, I'm glad you saw that distinction that I made about, taking time for yourself or spending time alone. Those are two different things, big time. So, like Michael Foster, do you ever go on do you go somewhere by yourself, say for a weekend? I know you have a church now, but do you go?
No, I mean, so I don't want to. I do see movies by myself on at least pre-pandemic I did. I do go for I do a lot of walks. I go to the gym by myself, a lot of long walks. I think so. The principle for me is I can't give to people something I don't have, right? And so I do think. So Scripture talks about this in Ephesians chapter 5, that no one ever hated his own flesh, right? And so one reason we should love our wife is that she's part of our own flesh, and no one hates their own flesh. But some guys do. Some guys are alcoholics, druggies. They live a very difficult life, right? But that's not normal. I like that. You're nonetheless. What I would say is that it's very important that you take care of yourself, or you can't take care of others. You know, it's not like a selfish desire. Like I hear people talk about a benevolent, selfish desire. No, I think this is like a normal life maintenance, feeding myself, making sure I have sleep, all those sort of things. So I do think there's a lot of people out there that kind of the nice guy syndrome again, Robert Glover sort of stuff, where these folks will not take care of themselves, and by doing so, you can't. How can I help my sons, my wife, my children, my daughters, if I don't have stuff to give them? If I don't have thoughts, if I don't have energy, if I haven't taken care of my body, you know what I mean? So I think it's incumbent on anyone that wants to be a leader of men, a leader of people, to be taking care of themselves and be have some time alone to clear your thoughts.
Yeah, and because Caduceus really had a great comment with the therapeutic hobbies. To me, that is really that's the ultimate of taking time for yourself. We have semi-free Californian here tonight. He froze up a little. Anthony, can you hear us?
That's a good screenshot.
I wish it was an avatar so I could give him a hard time. But it's not, so I can't.
Yeah. I don't mind avatars as long as I know who they are and I've seen them before. So
Thanks, Tony.
yeah. Anthony, so tell me, let's talk about time for yourself. I know you're going through divorce, so you're having more time for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, how important is it to you right now, especially going through what you're going through?
No, it's great. It's only going to get better, you know, as far as that's concerned. I mean, that's a positive thing about a negative thing, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, getting divorced is not good, but that's a positive thing, you know. I think it did, you know, just in general, we you know, we try to think about our families, and that's it. And then it takes away from our own time that we need, but we don't realize we need it. So that's it.
Yeah. So tell us what things do you know, you're in California. Do you go out to the redwoods or anything like that? Do you go out to parts of California? I've never been to California. So
yeah, no, I've been,
yeah, like Central America. So
yeah, no, I bet, yeah, oh, definitely. You know, yeah, if you want redwoods, you got to come here. There's no other choice, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's where they are. But yeah, I've been there. That's, you know, way north of me. But I just try to, you know, like today, you know, I took a couple of days off from work for my birthday and for 4th of July and whatever. Just a couple of days, take like 5 days off, and I just went riding my bike on the beach, and it was like, because we haven't been able to do anything here, you know. So I think, why go somewhere else? You know, why go to another state or another country? Our state's been locked down, so why not try to enjoy it now that it's not locked down? So that's why I went for a ride down to. I went from Santa Monica to Redondo Beach, which is about 18 miles or something like that. And just really enjoyed it. You know, just like, I didn't go in the water. I just was riding my bike, but, you know, I want to do more of that, you know, really enjoy this, you know, really enjoy where I live, you know, because a lot of people, they want to come here and we just take it for granted, you know, we just take it for granted. And the people who run the place have really just fucked it, you know, they're pieces of shit. And then we need to send them somewhere else. But, you know, we got a great state. We got a lot of dumb people here, but we have a lot of people. So that we have a lot of smart people here too. But we just have a lot of people. So you're going to have a lot of dumb people here too. And that's just unfortunate, but I've never obeyed them from day one. I never even tried to stop the flatten the curve. Fuck the curve. From day one. Fuck everything. Fuck them all. Sorry, Michael Foster, but
I want to give a shout out
Say
to
10 Hail Marys and whatever you Romanists do.
that would probably be kind of excessive, but yeah.
All right.
Well, sometimes I have to say it though, and I think my father would appreciate that. You know, Father, I had to say fuck because they fuck things up around here. You know.
I want to give a shout out to Hold the Truth Hostage. I had put one of his videos in my community, so check him out. I'm going to call him a philosopher of the manosphere. He has some great talk on manosphere issues. But yeah, check him out, you guys, for sure. I enjoy his content, everything he puts out. I don't always agree with everybody, but I do. You know, I like to know what other people are thinking. But yeah, Hold the Truth Hostage. You guys check him out for sure. Subscribe to his channel. Like I said, I put it in my community this week, so check out his videos. And I believe he has a book coming out, so be on the lookout for that. So welcome.
Yeah, really insightful guy. I'm in a group chat with him, and I talk to him on the phone occasionally. Good guy. Okay, good. Yeah, I enjoy his videos. You know, I enjoyed the one of the ones he did on the breakdown of the manosphere and just of the world on what's blue pilled and red pilled, and how he explained it was really different than I've heard in a while. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, check him out for sure. Check out his channel and subscribe. So I appreciate you, man. Glad you're here. That's cool. If you want to jump on the panel, you're welcome for sure. So, but yeah, it's you know, it's cool to have a group of guys talking about these things because, you know, when we talk about a simple topic, which I'm finding is very difficult to breach, is taking time for yourself. You know, I think a lot of it, again, I said earlier, has to do with guilt. You know, I know that as far as like single guys that live alone, I'm a single guy that lives alone on the panel. So is Primal Man. I believe Muhammad is also, correct, Muhammad?
Yeah, 50% of time is by myself when I'm working, and 50% of time is when I've got kids who are with me 1 week, then they go to their mom, and then back and forth, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and then Caduceus, single guy, I'm sure lives by himself. So there's definitely a different vibe when you're living by yourself. But even living by yourself, how much time do you actually take for yourself? You know, we're busy. And Caduceus, you're in medical school, correct?
I'm about to start next month.
Okay. Yeah,
there's something I wanted to. Sorry, who was it?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So see, the giving yourself time, like let's say solitude. Let's use the label of solitude. Solitude is very important to recharge your batteries, proverbially speaking. But so is interacting intellectually with other people, because the way we exist, our psychological being actually exists in the framework which is created by intellects of other people around us. That's why I'm interacting with you, because there's an exchange. There's a constant ongoing back and forth exchange of ideas. I say something, you guys respond, then I process it, then I respond again, and back and forth. And it's an exponentially expanding process, which is what spreads and expands the intellectual horizons of each of us. So yes, solitude is important, but at the same time, interactions are also important, because that is how I test my intellectual idea, because I put it out there and I let it rub against your intellects. Then you push back and I'm forced to think and evolve. Does that make sense?
It makes sense too, because I'll tell you why. Is when you said that, what it reminds me of is something that Ivan Throne says this a lot, and I don't know if this quote is from Ivan himself, but I think it is. But when the talking stops, that's when the shooting starts, and that's
absolutely true.
That's one of the issues in our country, is that if we can't all come on here and talk about things, we don't have to agree. You guys know what I hate. You know the saying I hate, right? Anybody want to say it?
Agree to disagree.
Yeah, I can't stand that. It's okay to disagree. We don't have to agree to disagree. We just disagree. You don't have
absolutely.
But I don't hate anybody for, disagreeing with me the way I live my life. Like I said, we in this manosphere and in the men's community, we talk about the pills, and there's one thing that, guys associate with the different pills, and I think MD was the first one that really brought it to my mind. But they're metaphors for life. You're not necessarily red pilled, black pilled, blue pilled, and in fact, that's one of the things that Hold the Truth Hostage did a video on this, and you guys got to see it. He talks about the pills. It's about an hour video, and I was listening to it at work the other day, and it was just really good. He got real in depth about like pill philosophy. In other words, one of the things he said is you're born blue pilled. Somebody watching this might not understand what we're talking about, being born blue pilled, but you are, because you haven't quite learned the truth yet. So as you get older, you actually become red pilled. So philosophy. Yeah, I mean, I consider Hold the Truth Hostage a philosopher. He has some, but it's really cool the way people can bring out ideas and talk about these things. I think if all of us were together actually in a room right now, every one of us would get together. I mean, we don't have to agree on everything, that's for sure. But I think that these conversations are necessary, and they're rare. I see streams, where people troll. I mean, I've been trolled this week pretty hard on my channel, which is okay. We're all here on YouTube. And one thing I tell the people is that, and I've said this a while ago, that the manosphere is a tough place. And we might say, guys have said I'm not part of this, but the manosphere is a broad term. It's a big umbrella. It's a big umbrella. And I think people run from conflict, but the conflict is necessary. And when people go hard at each other, I'm okay with it. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think about when people go hard at each other? I have no issue with it. I really don't.
Yeah.
So.
Same.
Yeah, no issue with it.
What you have to say about that?
I think I got a different topic that kind of out of what you're saying. People often say that they're leaving the manosphere. I don't think you truly can leave, since you have the knowledge already. You might stop making content or watching streams, but I don't think you ever truly leave the manosphere.
Yeah.
I think one of the pitfalls is to believe everything in some sort of binary or trinary, if there is any word like that. And we don't live in a silo. Nothing exists in silo. None of us does. We are all connected with each other directly or indirectly, like the gravitational wave and the time space. So we are all mix of different things and different ideas and different realities or truths or whatever you want to label it. And so wisdom, like everything in moderation, including moderation, and maintaining the balance is the trick. And that's what we have to get right. Because if there is no balance, even the laws that we talk about, they are even those laws, like even Newton's law of gravitation and Newton's laws of motion, they are laws of averages. They are not absolute. And we see that when we delve down into the quantum world, these laws break down completely and nothing holds true. And if people want to read, they should read this short book by Erwin Schrödinger by the title of What is Life? It's a fantastic book, and it's very, very kind of a philosophical take on science and science on philosophical views. It's fantastic. So I highly recommend that book.
Isn't this, I mean, philosophy is the search for truth and wisdom, correct? You guys, I mean, that's basically the definition of philosophy. So aren't we all kind of philosophers in our own way?
Yes, but no one has the.
Philosophy.
You go ahead, Mohammed.
No, you go on, man. Sorry.
I would say like yes, but we only hold a fragment of the truth, and we're trying to piece it together. But with these discussions, since we all have different backgrounds, like I'm a young guy, some of you guys have I know a little bit about medicine. Tony knows a lot about surfing and some of the issues about divorce that I'm not familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So we can come together and broaden our perspectives, and I think it's a good thing.
K-Deuce sounds like Dr. Shawn T. Smith, doesn't he?
I don't know who that guy is. Who is he?
Yeah, a little bit. He does.
He's a good guy. He's not a bad guy.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
In fact, he has a great book. In fact, I got a link in the description of the video, his book. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Level-headed fella.
Yeah.
I think his name's it's Iron Shrink on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think I have the book right here. Where is it? Let me see. I think this is a great book, and I think everybody should read this one for sure. But The Tactical Guide to Women. Anybody on this? Has anybody read this on the panel?
I have not.
You haven't?
I have
now,
not.
His book for women, okay, is called The Practical Guide to Men. So he changed the titles, and for a specific reason. But this is a really, really good book. In fact, I wonder if there's still a note in here. I gave this to a guy who was he was in a bed and breakfast, or not a bed and breakfast, but a Airbnb on my street, and his wife she needed time apart, so not a good sign. So I actually talked to him for a bit and gave him this book, and he said, "Thanks for loaning me your book and reading glasses in my time of need. Shawn Smith makes some very good observations about relationship troubles." He had said, "Wish me luck on mine." So, I don't know if that was a good sign. I never did hear back from him, so I don't know. But he did enjoy the book. But I would put this in reading for men for sure. So check it out for sure. Shawn Smith is a good guy. In fact, I have a really good interview with him on my channel. I did has to be probably 8 months ago, but 8-9 months ago. But for a really good interview. In fact, I believe he was he had a major debate with Rollo Tomasi about hypergamy on Richard Cooper's channel, and if you guys can ever find that, it's quite a show. I don't even know if it's available anymore, but I'll say that between Shawn Smith and Pat Stedman, I would call those guys two of Rollo's nemesis, I guess would be the proper term for them. So
sounds like a friend.
Excuse me, Tony. Tony, about philosophy, I've put in a quote by this guy who's a professor of philosophy in 3 parts because it's too long to be it's more than 200 characters times 3. So yeah, people can have a read. And so yeah, that, like anything else, any tool, philosophy itself is a tool. And if it's used beyond moderation, then it's destructive, just like any other tool. And Feynman once was struggling with this question because he played a pivotal part in developing the nuclear bomb, which was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And he was struggling with this moral question: was it right for him to do so? And then he narrates the tale that he was visiting a Buddhist temple, I don't know, remember, Nepal or Thailand, and the guide during the tour says to them, every man is given a key to paradise and to heaven. The same key also opens the doors to heaven. And that is what made him understand it's a tool, and it depends on how you use it and wield it that will determine if it was evil or noble. And same applies to philosophy. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, everybody, we talk about pill philosophy, red pill, black pill, all these different pills. And I tend to look at them as tools in your toolbox.
Yeah.
But what I'll say is that I do think a lot of men would be really helped by a rudimentary class in philosophy, epistemology, right? I don't know things. What I've watched in the red pill world, especially when people try to get
Michael Foster, you're breaking up a bit. I don't know.
Am I afraid?
Something's going on with your internet there.
Yeah, it got roboting. There was a lot of roboting of the sound.
Yeah, because I want to hear what Michael Foster has to say about, the whole philosophy of the pills. Because I've been pigeonholed here pretty hard in the past couple weeks. I had somebody basically, from what I could see, that somebody's got a loop going on. Somebody have their YouTube in the background. Yeah. So Michael Foster, I don't know if you can jump back on. Let me kick you. And he just kicked himself. Yeah. So I think what happens is in the somebody's got a loop. I don't know who that is.
I think it's Muhammad.
No, I'm on headphones.
Okay. All right. It's better now.
I'll mute it myself. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're good. So I lost my train of thought here, but what the hell was I talking about? I'm trying to run this whole panel here. Yeah. So okay, with the pill philosophies, it's a tool in your toolbox. But what happens is like somebody like me, people are trying to pigeonhole me and basically say that, you're not MGTOW. I've never come out and said I'm a MGTOW. Do I have probably MGTOW tendencies? Yeah, I live alone. I do my own thing, but I don't want to label myself in the manosphere. Okay. I think the labels can be destructive. And I think what happens is people tend to just, put yourself in a corner and paint yourself in a box. That's it. This is what you are. So, like Mr. Finn, I'm going to ask you a question. What label would you put on yourself in the manosphere?
Family man, patriarch, someone who wants to see men take their role as leaders of family. So I would put myself in the category of the family man, the man that's taking charge and leading families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about Caduceus? I want to ask you that.
Well, I'm tied a little bit to the black pill community. you're familiar with, but I'd like to see myself truth seeker and looking for solutions for men in varying situations.
I'm going to ask you a question, Caduceus. What I'm finding out is, and I've said this before, that the red pill, and I think people have taken this the wrong way, but I want to say that the black pill is the new red pill.
I would agree with that, as in it was originally meant to be truth in the red pill, and it's been kind of hijacked.
Exactly. So I think what's happened is with when, I've had different guys on, even Ivan Throne, and I know AJ Cortez had mentioned this in when they were on the streams, is that when people say black pilled, what they reference is, and both had said it the same way, is that I don't want to be black pilled about this.
Yeah, I that always makes me cringe a little bit when I hear that.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. People associate it with nihilism since
Exactly.
the first time they hear the black pill, they hear about Santa Barbara, or they hear about shootings. They don't hear about like what's talked in the forums or on the YouTube channels. So people come in with the misconception, like even blue pilled people, like not even red pilled people.
Yeah. So what I'm finding out is in basically in Manosphere talk, we'll just put it that way. We got Michael Foster back on, is that there are certain things that red pill teachers or red pill subscribers, even what they're avoiding is they're avoiding truth, and in the men's community, a big part of it, of course, is dating and relationships. That's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
If it's not 75% of it, but there are certain things in the black pill truths that are, like I had said to MD when I think it was the last show, that I had said, well, yeah, they talk about game, and to me, like I said, game was social skills, whether it be with a talking to anybody, a man or a woman. So
I think that's giving game. That's giving game too much credit, as in I separate social skills from it, because it's not your social skills that attract the woman. It's what lets you. It lets her not think you're crazy when she is interested.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, I agreed on. I had said, like attraction. I think the most basic attraction is when a woman is actually physically attracted to you. That's where it all starts, period. I
agree.
That's my belief. I mean, I know that for a fact. And like I was talking to MD about that on, I think it was the last stream, that's where it starts. And then that's when your social skills come in, okay? Mm-hmm. Where I think a lot of the people would call that game. But to me, that's not game. That's knowing and reading properly. But I think the attraction is number one. If there is no attraction, you are not going to game your way to a woman. It's just not possible. I mean, that to me, that's a truth. And I had told MD that that's my opinion, and he said no, that's a fact. So that's my truth that I hold. That if a woman's not attracted to you physically at first, I don't think you can game your way for her to liking you. So.
Yeah, even red pill guys like Rollo Tomasi said the same thing. Like I think in the Rational Male it says, I'm not sure what it is like attraction is non-negotiable or something like that. Mm-hmm. And that's the same idea. But then he goes into, but if you spin plates, hypergamy, XX and X in the next 20 chapters, you can bypass it, and which is the lie. It's like the Oprah Winfrey for men in a way, sell a bunch of lies to dudes and cash in.
Yeah, I think it gets to the point to where guys are not, it's funny because I had heard MD say, I think it was the last stream and I was listening in, but there's something I like to say to guys, and that's stay in your lane.
Yeah, I heard that on your last stream, but even that's getting tough now. Like I don't like when you hear about incels, they're after their looks match and they can't get it in a way. Like someone
Yeah.
that
And
on paper should be similar attraction, but it's just looking at the like there isn't a girl out there that doesn't know that they're attractive in a way. So
do you think, okay, you call it looks match. Do you think that what is the cause that they're not being able to match up with somebody in their lane?
Well, it's just MD mentioned it. He calls it sexual inflation in a way. Well, let's say when you have a woman and she sleeps with someone that's like really attractive, that becomes the new bar in a way. And in this social media globalized era, you're a few messages away from making something happen. And I would say most dudes have a bit more scarcity in their sex lives than women. So it's simple supply and demand in a way. And I don't think this is necessarily a new problem. I think it's just amplified by the fact that a girl can go across the country easily. Some girls are getting flown out these days when you wouldn't see that happen maybe 100 years ago. So I think it's just, and then it's like when she can get anything she wants on demand, why is she going to why is she going to settle in a way? That's how I see it.
I'm going to welcome Hold the Truth Hostage. How you doing tonight, man?
Oh, what's good, Tony, man? I saw Caduceus on there. I'm like, gotta come show some support, man. You know what I mean?
What's up, man?
Y'all doing y'all doing justice, man. You know? I had to hop on.
Good to have you. I've been enjoying your videos.
Oh, thanks, man.
That's good stuff. I think it's I think that a lot of guys in this whole space have to leave their corner every now and then. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
you know, you got the guys in the I like to call it the Rolosphere, will stay only in their space because they're afraid of hearing anything else. They don't want their narrative and their cult leader to realize that he's not delivering them what they really need to hear. So, you get guys, like I said, in the Rolosphere that they jump on to, let's say they watch your video. The description you did of the pills was excellent. Let's say they jump on that video. That's going to interrupt the force. Let's just put it that way. That's gonna put a kink in the force. So your philosophy talks, when this last one, like I said, I think was really good. I in fact I had to listen to it almost a couple times, and I had to go back because you made a great reference on the pill reference on how you're born blue pill. And if you want to expand on that, man, go for it. Oh, did he freeze up? Got a little freeze by Hold the Truth Hostage here.
He's very stoic.
Yeah. Michael Foster, let's go back to you until he comes back on. So you were talking about the whole pill references, I think, before you jumped off.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, these guys don't know philosophy. It's very clear they haven't read anything on it. Often, a lot of the guys, everyone would do well to read the Greeks, to be familiar with classical philosophy. If you're going to be a speaker, even if you don't understand them fully, it's all right. It still stretches your mind, helps you become a better communicator. And
the avatar.
Sorry, the avatar threw me for a loop there. Yeah, a lot of these guys don't know epistemology, which is basically how do you know something's true or not. That's what epistemology is. And they would do really good to start thinking through the basis of epistemology, because a lot of times I hear what's more or less subjective or relativistic, and then they don't work that way, right? Like one thing you notice with the red pill guys is they have a very developed sense of ethics, right? They're very offended by women sleeping around. And yet I'm interested in understanding, what do they ground their ethical problem with women sleeping around in? Do they ground it in evolution? What do they ground it in? Like, why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for women? Because most of them are utilitarianism. So utilitarianism more or less teaches that whatever creates the most pleasure for the most people and the least harm for the least people is what you should pursue. But my experience is these are a lot of guys that have some natural talent, but have zero discipline when it comes to reading books and actually working through the topics. Every once in a while you run into a guy like, take Shawn Smith. Shawn Smith is clearly very trained, very academic. A guy like Rollo Tomassi, I've interacted with him briefly on philosophy and religion, and he just doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He seriously, he's pretty clueless. And he throws around words like praxology because he thinks that's going to impress people. I guess it might impress some. I don't challenge him at all on his ability to research So Suave forums and to look at some of the studies out there and produce some things that are helpful to guys. But if we're talking about things that are philosophically robust and researched at a deeper level, like it's kind of a joke, just to be honest. You don't see a lot of that in the manosphere. I'd love to see guys move back towards be actually conversant with philosophy and actually even know what that means, and no Socrates, no Aristotle, no Aquinas, no, Hegel. I mean, honestly, any of the major guys would be a step up for a lot of these folks.
I heard you guys been talking shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. What's up?
That's the weave fitting.
Oh, that's great. I love it. I love it. I was trying to figure out who was who. I had to remember who was in what square, because we got Rollo and Cooper down here. We had Coach Greg not too long ago, but
you guys.
Yeah, I think what's happened is I think the black pill has put it's kind of a chink in the armor right now with the red pill community. It really is. I think it's dispelling a lot of myths that have been going around for years, and it's really interrupting. Like you think of Star Wars, it's interrupting the Force, is what it's doing. And what happens when you interrupt the Force? You interrupt revenue stream.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing, because what happens is you get caught in this loop, and this loop I'm seeing over the past 4 years has been brutal. It's been brutal. Why do I say that? Because I was part of it.
Yeah. And
like I said, I had to come out with the Tony pill, I call it, because it's what works for me. I know you guys had, I think it was Gene and Gonzo, you guys had talked about happiness on one of the streams. What does it mean to be happy? I've thought a lot about happy. I think happiness for me is a drive. It's moving forward. That's happiness. So I think happiness is overrated, way overrated.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of that? I mean, this is a thing that you realize when you talk to these guys is they really define their life by their ability to get validation of women, whether it's the women saying, hey, you're a nice guy, or the women having sex with them, right? So really their entire life is defined by women. some of them get out of that at some level. Take a guy like Coach Greg Adams. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true of Greg. I think he's beyond that, you know. But some of the other guys, the Rule Zero guys, kind of seem to be stuck there. What is the purpose of sex? What is the purpose of children? Right? What is the purpose of family? Why do we pair bond? Right? Is it just pleasure? Is that it? Does it get off? Is it to ejaculate? You know, and a lot of these guys are nihilistic, is what you realize. There is no purpose, and there's nothing compelling about that. Once guys realize that there's not, it doesn't take that much to get a woman's attention. Once you master certain things, get in shape, learn how to talk to them, have a strong mission, a vision for your life, whatever. Once you realize like that, I can't tell you how many pickup artists or guys that aren't really pickup artists but have learned game that are successful I've talked to. They're like, man, I can't find a good girl. I can't, you know, what's the purpose of all this? Or I got these girls that'll have sex with me, but I want something more than that. And I think where they're failing is that they don't have a comprehensive worldview. And they tried to make hypergamy the ordering principle of the universe, right? Like everything's hypergamy. And that's interesting to me. For them, all of creation is built around women, hypergamy, right? So men want to be awesome only so they can sleep with women. That's how those guys view the cosmos, the spiritual, physical structure of all being. Is guys wanting to be awesome only just so they can have sex. That's how those guys think. They're slaves to their penises. These are weak men, right? Weak men with very little to offer, you know, I think, to the overall thing. They can offer some red pill insights, some very strategical things, but I just got to tell you, in terms of the things that lead to a good life, an overall life, I think it's they're pretty fleeting, and they don't know philosophy. They don't know epistemology. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're just fake.
There you go, Michael. Now you're onto something. Now you're really onto something.
My Roman Catholic brother, we have found unity.
Yeah.
Michael, can I add something to what you said? Sorry, there's someone else want to
go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what you said is absolutely correct, that this is how they view the world. And it's more widespread even than them in a different domain also, because what I observe is that I interact with people in the Western society, and they are they've got this deep-seated resentment against their parents, against the family. They literally diss them and are all the time complaining about them. And then and these are the parents who brought them up. They're the reason they are alive. And then in the very next breath, they demand from women to be loyal and respectful and have gratitude for them. And I asked them, hey, don't you see the paradox and the hypocrisy? You have no respect or gratitude for those two people who brought you into this world. They could have left you on a pile of garbage or could have given you up. They didn't do that. They did everything in their power, most of them on average, to give you the best of life they could afford to give you. You have no gratitude for them. Under what morality, what moral grounds, or what logic do you expect a woman to have gratitude for whom you've done nothing at all? So they literally cherry pick. And scripture tells us, all scriptures, be respectful, loving, and caring towards your parents and to you, or whatever, you know that, all that stuff. But this is where we are now.
Well, it's two
and they
laws,
don't see
right?
the paradox and hypocrisy.
It's two laws. It's one law for them and one law for everybody else.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Cherry picking.
Yep. Yeah, it is a huge problem. And what I like of what's happening in the manosphere right now is that these, so, you know, I don't know if this is true of, Caduceus or not. So we've got these guys who now in their mid-20s, they're professionals. They've been educated. They've gone out into the business world, and they've had some wins, right? And these guys are that aren't losers, these guys that have some level of self-discipline and drive, while they recognize the truth of a lot of the things that the red pill says, right? And while they recognize that the sort of boomer view of women is just not right, not true, they also are starting to see that the red pill gurus, at least the red pill side of the manosphere, is very lopsided, and it doesn't have a coherent worldview. It's kind of really, the red pill for the most part is a short-term sexual strategy, as opposed to something beyond that. I think a lot of young guys are starting to see that, and that's why some of the griping and the strifes and the trouble, I think, has been blowing up in the manosphere, whatever you want to call it, because young guys are like, this isn't that hard, man. You know, it's not that hard. Like spinning plates and scarcity and having a vision and not building, you know, like they start to learn these things, and they're starting to see that the manosphere needs to upgrade, it needs to grow. And what I like, it's moving towards ultimate questions, big questions. You know, I'm a pastor, I'm a Christian. That's where I want to see people go. That's where I like to see them go. And that's where we see people that are considering traditionalism. I'm not in favor of traditionalism per se. It's better than straight out hedonistic paganism that we're seeing right now. But they're asking harder and harder questions. Okay, I can get a woman. Now what? Right? Like, what's the point? Like, and that's what I think is good about the conversation, is that take guys like Tony, guys that are like, all right, now what? You know what I mean? I love that. These are guys that don't have problems with women. So it's like, okay, so I can get a woman. Now what?
Yeah, I'm just putting up these comments here about MD, and yeah, I've seen that too. Again, I don't watch that many streams. I like to watch newer stuff. I allow myself like one video during the day. I'm working, so I listen versus watching. But I did notice I think these comments here are relevant to, how do I put this, to when people are hit with the truth. In other words, things that are actually reality that's going on in your life, you tend to run away from it. And to me, that's kind of a lack of the masculinity that's going on in the world right now. Does this make any sense to you guys? That, you know, again, we have the black pill that's come out in major force in the manosphere, in a big way, And so when guys come across channels like MGTOW Dictionary and what's the other one, Black Pill Truth, I don't know what happened to his videos, by the way. I don't know what happened to his channel, but I think it has. I looked at it today. It's got like 3 videos on it. But I think what's happening is that there's a major turn in the manosphere right now. It's like flipping. It's like taking a pancake and just flipping it. So what's happening is guys are actually seeing that a lot of this red pill philosophy is really, I want to say, based around dollars, based around buying courses. I had talked about this a while ago, to where, you know, I think a lot of these guys came into the whole manosphere with a lot of, you know, wanting to help guys. But then when you can make money at it, you have to now tailor that message to keep the money coming in, rather than simple truths like we were talking about earlier when it comes to male and female dynamics. You know, let me hold the truth hostage back in here. He's back in here.
So bad guy's phone just charges.
It's all right. Yeah, so we're talking about right now. We're talking. I don't know if you've been listening, but kind of what's going on in the manosphere. How just the tables have turned, and you know, in the 4 years that I've been in this community, I've seen disruption has been major. I'm going to say in the past 6-8 months, it's been huge. So let's talk about. In fact, I'm going to go to hold the truth hostage on this. Let's talk about red pill versus the black pill, because I know you talk a lot about this.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on is that we're having a major switch. Like everybody's here seen the Matrix, right? Everybody's seen the Matrix. So what's going on with the black pill, I think, versus the red pill is that the black pill is telling you why be in the fight? Why fight the system? Why not just know how it works and get out of its way? You know, we've all seen what happened to the men's rights group. And what's going on with the red pill community is a lot of guys are realizing that besides it telling you how to navigate a broken system, there's nothing else being offered. The black pill is basically telling guys we're aware of how the system is broken. You are aware of what you can lose playing the game. So why even play? Why not just work, get your job, and whatever you want to do, you might have to take a flight. You might have to seek solutions through foreign means, because the society we're in is anti-male. It's at the point where we men are being attacked from Gillette to television to, and here's the worst part about it is that it's so bad right now to be a man where they're effeminizing you that we're watching TV shows where women with no superpowers are being up grown men. You know, and I think what's going on with the red pill is guys are tired of you telling them to operate and fight a system that's already broken. And the black pill has come out. It's telling you the whole truth. Why even participate? Just watch the system go throughout its means and try to live, you know, and then try to find your solutions. Even if it's outside of being domestic, seek out the solutions. Stop playing this game. And Tony, as you know, I don't know if everybody here knows, but the birth rate has declined by over 5%. It's a sign that many men are just walking away from the system in general. And I think that's what the birth of the black pill has come. It's just guys tired of grinding in a system that doesn't appreciate you. That's the way I look at it.
Gene, you had talked about this. One of the things you say is they teach men how to break, how to navigate in a broken system, and that's basically what he just said, right?
Yeah, how to play a broken game better.
Yeah. So I'm going to hold the truth hostage. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying it's just better to? I know you're big on solutions, but I don't think you're saying just kind of enjoy the decline. In other words, just let it come. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's not about enjoying decline. It's watching. The system has been disrupted for over 100 years. When they added I try to tell a lot of men this. When they added the female vote, it was a goal to bypass the male vote. The government was tired and afraid of what happens when you let men down. When you let men down, war happens, civil war happens. So what they did when they introduced the female vote, and the reason I bring this up is guys need to know that this system has been broken for over 140 years. So what they did is when they introduced the female vote is they did not bring in a check and balance for male votes and female votes. Like, I'll give you an example. If me and Tony lead a vote of men, of 500 men, and then we have 600 women voted for the mayor, instead of the government saying, well, it's not fair, it's too biased to have one sex outnumber the other, so we're going to equal it out. And what's happening in the system is a lot of men are watching and saying, hey, the system no longer values us, man. We just work, get what we can out of it, and understanding that it's a game. We're not watching it decline or laughing. We're accepting it. You know, it's like, Tony, it's like you're in a burning house. no matter what you say or think, that house is still going to be on fire. And what's going on in the American system is a lot of men are realizing this country has become a game. You can't settle down and start a family, you know, like you used to. You get women are being demonized for caring and raising their children. Then the men are being demonized if they try to lead that family. It's become a game. And I'm gonna ask you, when's the last time any man here played a video game and walked out with a family? No one. So we're in a broken system where it's all a game. And I think a lot of men are realizing, yo, the best thing we can do in this system is work, get our money. And since the country is so global, I don't know who's here is military, but the country has military bases all over the world. They no longer want us men to stay in this country because the sign that a country doesn't like a man is when it punishes you for providing the future. And that future a man brings, and all y'all patriarchy men understand, is a man's seed. Once you lay down and have a child in a country, you promise as a man to ensure that child will grow up and have a better life. So the fact that the country's demonizing us for trying to be fathers, it's basically saying the country, Tony, my friend, is no longer interested in us providing the future, which is our seed. So a lot of men are walking away. And I think that we're not watching it decline or burn. We're just accepting that the fire's already lit. So we're just going to work, and we can always bring that American culture overseas. What's going on is a lot of men are leaving society either physically or mentally. And that's the way I look at it.
Michael Foster, I want you to respond to that for sure. And then Caduceus, I want to hear your point on this too.
Well, I don't think Hold the Truth is saying anything false. I think it's a honest description of what's going on right now. I have children. I have a vested interest in seeing things reformed and changed, and so I'm fighting for that. And I'm trying to raise up other people around me that do the same thing. I've started a church. I've moved into a county. We've got people involved in different governmental agencies and local businesses, trying to create a place of sanctuary where we can work towards reform. We don't have it all figured out, obviously, but I'm sympathetic to why guys would back out of the system. I get it, but I think if we're looking at this numerically, the risk of not getting involved in terms of the future or legacy is higher than just saying I'm not gonna play. You know, I get it if someone's saying it's a rigged game, but we have to find a way to win. It's not the first time that we've been in times like this in history. It was very similar to right before the Reformation, late 1400s, early 1500s. Very similar. There's kind of like a MGTOW movement back then. They literally thought that women would dry out if they didn't get sperm, and that women were driven like kind of sex crazed man eaters. So this is not like new territory on the whole. It is definitely not a good time, but the battle is intergenerational. And if we don't have fathers and mothers raising up sons and daughters in a functional home, there's no way we can win this intergenerational war. And this is where I differ with a lot of the MGTOW guys. They just kind of want to back out. You know, I don't think that's possible. I don't think we can restructure family court, family law in the way we need to in a single generation. It's just too messed up. And so that requires us to raise up the next generation that's better equipped than we were. You know, my kids all know how women work, how men work. You know, I've had these talks. They listen to these streams sometimes. You know what I mean? so I'm trying to raise my kids up a little more prepared and equipped to face this down. And so what I would say to a guy, I wouldn't say much to a guy like hold hostage truth. Actually, I don't deeply disagree. And guys that have been burned big time and don't want to get in, what do you say? Like when people have lost their children, lost their jobs, had years of their life thrown away, it's really hard to condescend and talk down to them, like get back at it. But I'll tell you, I don't know how we win this war without families. I can't conceive of a way forward without families. And so my response would be to men out there that I actually do know a lot of young guys that are getting married to young women and having great marriages. I've watched their marriages closely for at least 5 to 10 years. I do know a lot of guys that have come out of some really devastating crap relationships and have remarried and been able to build something beautiful. So I do think there's a way forward for those that have their eyes wide open. I don't know if that's helpful, but there you go.
Well, I'll say one thing quick. You see, one thing you've put up and you're doing is, I call it a micro community. You see, you're still in the system, but you have your own corner. So you're getting a certain sect of people that can build a micro community for the solution. And to me, I agree with that. But another thing is each man, and I think this is one of the problems, and I respect Tony. He said this last week when he said, I'm the Tony pill. I'm an adaptive man. I respect that because he's basically saying, I will live my life. So even if a man decides to play the game, it's his choice. We're not here to dictate any man's life, because I think that's one of the negative things we get in the manosphere is they think we're a lot of guys just trying to dictate and bully other men into living the way we want them to live. At the end of the day, you're a man, you will make your own decisions. And to me, I'll say this, I respect what Mike was doing, is that you created your own micro community. And I think that's part of the solution, is that you gotta have your own community within the current, society we're in. But even, we'll not always fully agree, but that I respect that, and every man will make their choice.
And what I would say to you, hold the truth, is that I have a little less risk than some men. I got married in the early 2000s to my high school girlfriend. And I have played. I've been dealt some good hands, and I've played them well. And I've been trying to build these things. And I think what we see in the manosphere that's so naive is people transpose their situation onto other people. And I see this in the church where there's a kind of a lack of empathy. Like, look, this guy's not in the same situation. He doesn't have the same resources or connections or community around him. And so we have to make kind of contextual counsel and advice. And I would say, like, hey, for every man, like, reach your equilibrium, get your finances straight, get your health right. Like, if you're reeling from a bad divorce, like, reach your equilibrium, kind of get balanced out, then find your community. I do feel like a lot of people just kind of give this very reductive platitude sort of advice, as if it translates over all circumstances. I think we can tell men, like, hey, fatherhood's good, marriage, this form of marriage, if you can have it's good, right? If you can have it. And those are things that aim towards, but that's not the same thing as commanding a sort of short-term action that actually could be very destructive to a man and prevent him from becoming the father that we all hope he could be and becoming the pillar in his community. And things are really jacked up right now. And there's just a lot of the advice we see online is clearly given by idiots that aren't interested in actually helping men. It's like Gumroad BS. Like, it's platitudes that sound great, but so I have a community. I have deep friends. I have deep roots out here. I've had a girl I've been with a lot. I have some advantages that some men don't have. I'm not bragging. But I can't expect them to have what I have if they don't. It's just not fair. It's not honest. And so whatever advice we give to men needs to be conditional and wise, or we're putting them on a path to destruction. And I really think that's what we see in a lot of the manosphere groups. Does that make sense? You follow me? Hold the truth? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, dude, I agree with you. To me, you brought up something, and I think this is what Tony's been telling guys is you got to be aware that every man, you know, like a tiger, just has different stripes, man, different situations in life. And to me, what you brought up, Michael, is you're here to support that man and get him healthy. You know, you're focusing on his health and letting them know there's differences. You know, every man will not have the same available resources or even the same life, you know. So to me, with what you're offering with that community, that's how it's supposed to be. You're not forcing the man to go any path. You're just telling them, brother, I know you're in pain and we're here if you want to heal, if you want to get focused and don't relapse on something to destroy yourself. Because there's a lot of men walking out here with just no support structure. And, you know, I like to say it the polite way that there's a lot of men close to a rope necklace and a wrist knife. You know what I'm saying? They're ready to go. They're ready to pull the plug. And a lot of guys don't understand that. These talks we're having here are just, there are men being saved. I've gotten a few emails where somebody told me, man, if I didn't listen or talk to you, bro, I would have been gone. You know, well, it happens. You know, we're literally talking and saving lives. It's crazy.
Can I ask you guys
I want to welcome, 1 second. I want to welcome MD. Is that you?
Yeah, man. What's up, bro? I was just.
I had my finger on the trigger. I wasn't sure.
Scribe might hop on too. I was just talking with him. He said that there was a question about red pill, black pill, and he said something else about difference between doomerism. When people think that the black pill is nihilistic, right?
Yeah.
Really, there is a distinction to be made that doomerism is very different from the black pill. What the red pill was from the Matrix, which, you know, this is why I wrote the book, The Black Pill, because it needed to be explained more. That, you know, you do have a lot of people that might be, you know, they'll take the truth, and the truth can either set you free, it could make you nihilistic, it could, you know, turn you many ways, but that doesn't mean that the truth is that way. It's just your response to it. The red pill, as we know, with, you know, Rolo and the rest of the clowns of the manosphere, you know, it's just, there's no recovering from that. And it's, if that's not addressed, this is why the black pill was created, because then the whole metaphor, the pill metaphors, they won't stand. So the blue, you know, I remember Dirty Eddie used to call himself purple pilled because he couldn't accept the red pill. The blue, purple, and red can be categorized. I made the video about it, red pill, black pill, MGTOW, to explain it. And then I said the book had to be written to really give a good overview. I didn't include the fake MGTOWs because, you know, that was the first war that I engaged with. And Miss Elite actually helped me defeat them, which it wasn't really much because they weren't MGTOW. You know, I'd said, well, who are you walking away from? You look at the room of women, it's crickets, ain't nobody there. Yeah, a lot of them are disgruntled and all of that, but, you know, and Scribe, you know, we were talking about this. So he said, hey, maybe you want to hop on, I'll hop on, you know, we'll, you know, explain the difference. So like with the black pill, it's basically what Morpheus offered Neo. Look, I'm offering you the truth, nothing more. Now, other people, just like the red pill has been told, oh, it's this, it's game and all of that. And we see that that's a lie. Now, of course, we're going to see a little bit of that with the black pill, people representing it, right? But when we look at it, we say, okay, we've already learned from the infiltration of the red pill. So it's easier for us to make that distinction now. And there's still a battle going on. I mean, the PUAs, you know, it's a little tougher than the you know, the fake MGTOWs. Now I've noticed some of them have crawled out of the garbage can to assist the same guys that they bashed first, which is the PUAs. It's just a group of cockroaches that, you know, coming in a horde. But you know, anybody can see it for what it is. The problem is that one, you know, and I'm looking into making something, about, you know, this whole situation where we have what appears to be, with evidence, not slander. The truth is not slander. And ADJ is the only other person beside myself, I think, that has made videos about this, is the suspected pedo John Hogwood from Modern Life Dating. We're taking pictures of kids and admitting to it. So it's not like I'm just saying that, right? This is on camera, you know, that he said it. Then we have other guys like Dirty Eddie who advocate beating women on video. You know, oh, she said something to me, he would punch her. And I mean, if men don't speak out about that, they're going to lump us all in one, you know, thing. So, you know, the black pill is catching a lot of misrepresentation because of the charlatans that have invaded the red pill, you know. And I know Scribe, you know, he just wanted me to talk about that for a second. I know he.
Scribe, welcome.
I'm
sure you got some input on this subject.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a lot of misconception when, you know, they start talking, you know, the generalized, you know, definition of what they think it is. And there's been a lot of push and pull within that arena where you have other guys that are definitely into that doomer stuff and, you know, definitely not seeing, you know, the best of what they can be. And then, you know, our stream's more about, you know, just trying to get to the nitty gritty, really the truth, you know, what's the truth of the matter. And if we can't find out the truth, we'll debate it and we'll just, you know, dissect it, you know, as much as we can to figure out really, you know, what's going on. And we're seeing a lot of deception, you know, nowadays with the game and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, when men don't understand, you know, for the game thing, where the women are the ones really playing that, you know, physical attraction game and the game of, you know, just getting you to, you know, get the ring and the marriage and the contract and all that. You know, men need to know how to protect themselves. And I was telling MDs, like, you know, there's no one talks about that stuff. It's like they don't talk about, you know, if you're with the, you know, basically you have to really demand respect for yourself. And if the woman is mistreating you, or you see that she's doing other things that she shouldn't be doing, or cheating on you, or whatever it is, you have to respect yourself and say, you know, hey, I'm not into that, or that's not, you know, see ya. You just gotta, you know, clean cut it, and that's it, and hold back your emotions somehow, and just go to the next thing. Because a lot of guys will stay in those relationships, those toxic relationships, and the poor kids have to grow up in that society or in that, you know, situation. And this is what produces a lot of, you know, just bad people in society. And it's sad because, you know, we don't have those basic fundamental so even myself, I'm thinking my dad did a great job raising me. You know, still, you know, we still hang out, we're still cool. But even him, I'm looking at him, I'm like, man, you didn't really teach me about these other things until I had to ask him later in life, you know. And there really is no, you know, once you go through the whole school indoctrination, all that, is you're not really prepared to become that man or take that risk to become that man. Because remember, my dad himself, he was, you know, business administration, MBA, he got the degree and all that, but, you know, he joined the Air Force and stayed with that instead of starting his own business. You know, the idea of starting his own business was kind of frightening to him because it wasn't stable. It wasn't, you know, if something happens, whatever, you know, the government's more stable. So with me, it's the opposite. I'm like, I don't want to join the military. I don't want to do anything. I want to do my own thing. I'll take the risk, you know, and bite the bullet. And if it doesn't work out, I'll learn from my mistakes, and hopefully I'll, you know, overcome that in the future, you know, if I learn my lessons. And if you can endure that, you know, you can definitely, you know, make it. But there's really no one there to tell you. And if you are that guy that does try to, you know, make it, then you have other people, you know, family as well, turn against you. So you have this insane thing where people just think a certain way, whether they're left or right or up or down or whatever thing they are, race and everything else. It's almost like they don't want to see people succeed in that way because they didn't have it or whatever it is, or your own parents are telling you, you know, don't do that, just go get a job. You know, that type of pressure, man. It's just like when you become your own man, you got to take the fall. You got to take those falls. And if you know how to get up and keep, you know, keep going, those are the guys that make it. You know, that's really what it comes down to. So the red pill, black pill, blue pill, stuff is there's so many subsections and things of each of those things. It's, you know, people, I think people just get caught up in that. You know, it's really figuring out who you are, what you're capable of, and not have delusions of, especially with the game thing where guys are saying, well, you know, you might be a 5A. You do this game, you can get a 7 or an 8, and, you know, I've done it. You know, all these guys claiming they, you know, had sex with thousands of women, all this ridiculous data. It's like, you're really keeping track of that? It's like, you know, it's just any man with any self-worth is going to look at that and be like, you know, keeping track of those kind of things like your lay count and things like that is just the most ridiculous thing. It just means that that's more important than you actually finding the right woman that is, you know, compatible with you and you can actually have a relationship with, or you're just going to be out there doing that. So, you know, there's just so much turmoil and misunderstanding and all that. You know, it's really hard to wade through all those facts. You know, that's all I want to say. I rambled too long right there.
No, that's great, man. That's good because, you know, I think about how I'll say the black pill and you know, MD's channel has really put a, you know, it's a disruption in the Force. You know, that's a Star Wars reference. It's shaken up the whole manosphere, and you know, there's different corners that a lot of people are in. Again, like I keep, you know, I've said this now a lot of times, the Tony pill, and I like how Hold the Truth Hostage said, yeah, the reason I call it the Tony pill because I want to call it it's an adaptable pill. In other words, when I see a new truth, guess what I'm going to go for? The new truth. I'm not stuck. I might be 58 years old, but I'm not stuck in my ways. I can still learn something, you know, and like, you know, Primal Man, Michael Foster, you know, you guys, you know, and I consider myself a Christian, Gonzo, Mr. Finn. So we have I'll say a different outlook. You know, I still say that I do believe in things like, you know, a relationship or love and marriage. I think it's still possible. But I like what Scribe said, that some guys think that that's not attainable. But what you said is that they're not picking the right woman for them. So that's a big deal. If you're not able to discern and see what is truth about dating, relationships, then you're kind of stuck. You're stuck in the matrix is what you are. You're stuck in that matrix. So I think the whole purpose of these discussions is to get guys out of that matrix and get them back to where they belong. And everybody has their own truths and their own, I would call it their own philosophy or their own things that they want to accomplish in life. You know, I know Primal Man, you're interested in having a family. Where did he go? Is he still here?
Yeah, he's here.
I guess he's in the middle.
Smiling.
I'm right here. Yeah. Black pill pain for men.
Yeah.
I got a squeaky chair.
Yeah. So, you know, give me your thoughts on like, you know, I talk to you a lot. You don't have a nihilistic view, but you're not also into, what do you say about the broken system? In other words, you're not playing a broken game better.
Yeah. I just how can I put this? It's easy for me to say to not play the game at all. I don't know if that would make any sense, but don't play the game at all. Make your own game. Play the game the right way. Probably the way your grandpa played it. Oh, you want to go back to the 1950s? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I do. And if every man decided they would, we would go back to the 1950s, so to speak. Sounds a little crazy, but yeah. Anyway, I hope y'all catch my drift on that. Can't figure out a better way to put it.
Can I add to that? Can I add to what Michael Foster said and then Hold the Truth said in continue? See, vetting and assessing people and being discernful works when the system is equitable justice. When it is not, then you can't do that. And I ask these people from all, when I interact with people in Western society, I said, look around yourself. What are the type of communities where marriages and families still exist? And then they look around and I said, look, one example is the Amish in the USA, which is kind of not really applicable, but there's another sect in Christianity, which is called the Plymouth Brethren. And the point I'm trying to make is that the communities in which family and marriages are still successful are those who are still very well steeped in their religious tradition. Every other community has disintegrated as far as family is concerned. And you find the same thing when you look at, let's say, Japanese or Korean or Chinese. Those who still stick to their religious tradition, they're still surviving. You look at Greeks, they're still together. Their families still do survive more than the typical Western, as in native to Western, countries like Australia and UK and USA. Now, let's say when I come from overseas, from a third world country, what happens is the woman is suddenly exposed to this massive power given to her by the state, and she knows the state backs her, and she's free to wield that power. And any woman can do that. And therein lies the rub. That is why I say, well, yeah, you can be discernful and be cautious, but in the current system, your relationship is at risk because one party has too much power and the other party does not have any.
Yeah, I mean that is true on that census. If you look, here's the thing: if you generalize things too much, you might fall into that trap. Like Tony Bruno was saying earlier, and Parliament was saying that if you know yourself, for example, like Michael Jordan, for example, he knew that he could jump at the three-pointer and do a slam dunk when most men in this world cannot do that. For him, that was true. For anyone else, that was not true. You see, in his case, that was true. So you have something about you that makes you special. Like Parliament said, he wants to go back to the 50s. He likes that era. He likes that lifestyle, right? The Amish thing. My dad's from Ohio, so I've been, I've seen in Pennsylvania. We've been by the Amish people and all that. You got to commend them for living, for being that tough. And then you got the Quakers and all that. So I mean, that type of lifestyle is a chosen lifestyle. That's super high discipline. That's understanding yourself. It's like if you know what is real for you, you can accomplish those things. And for other people, it may not be real for them. And that could be the looks. You have looks. That could be you're super smart or you're a mathematician. That could be you're a pastor or whatever in a church. You have that strength, or you whatever it is. That thing is true for you because you have that ability. For others, it's not true. So when you add those truths of yourself into that equation, into that general equation that you just said earlier, Muhammad, that equation doesn't apply to you the same way because you're, different. If you can apply that, what makes you different from everyone else, and you understand you have that power, just like Michael Jordan knows he has the power to jump, from the free throw line and be able to hit that dunk, that's true to him. And you got to know what's true to you. And you got to know your limitation,
Yeah, but the basket doesn't move. Basket doesn't have the power to destroy and divorce rape Michael Jordan. That's the big difference.
No, but I'm saying that
I know what you're saying.
But if you're like him, I'm saying it's true for you. But I'm saying if you have that generalized attitude that I hear that you're saying, that the women have these rights and powers, yes, that's true. Once you understand how those powers work and what your powers are, now you can meld that together and actually get somewhere. Now you're not sitting there and complaining about, oh, well, it's like this and that. Okay, it's like this and that. That's true. But if you understand your own power, you understand who you are, you can meld in with that, regardless of, if you don't have this or that, but you do know you have these other things, and you like Tony said, the Tony pill, he knows what he's got that's above other men, and he knows how to utilize those things so he gets the outcomes that he wants. But that's because he knows himself and what's true for himself. That's all I want to say.
Yes, yeah, that's a fascinating take on how real world works, because nobody is more alpha, nobody is smarter than when police comes after you. All it takes for a woman to destroy you, completely annihilate you, is to make one phone call. Now we can argue, yeah, there's this, there's that, we can do this, you should know yourself. But the reality in the end, in the final analysis remains that she can make one phone call. For instance, in divorce financial settlements, women will get, they say 50-50. It's never 50-50. It's more like 75-25, 80-20%. That's the division of the financial assets. So yeah, there are people. I mean, here's a question. If you were boarding a plane and the announcement was, you are most welcome, please proceed to the plane to board on your flight. Please be mindful, 35% of our flights crash. Nobody would board that plane. And divorce rate is much higher. The breakdown of relationship proportions are much higher than that.
But if you're living by probabilities, you'll never go anywhere. And I've seen that, and I've heard it all my life. Oh, that's not possible. This and that. That's the next thing I do it, and it is possible. It's like, look, are you willing to take that sacrifice to see how it's like, if you're not willing to take that risk, what is it worth it? It's like, why is it there's a few people that are billionaires and millionaires? Because they took that risk. Majority of people will not take that risk.
Oh yeah, billionaire divorce is very different. When Jeff Bezos gets divorced, he's still if not a billionaire, he's still a multi-millionaire.
I know, but I'm
does
saying
not
he
apply to you and I.
took the risk.
I'm tracking with you,
guy,
Scribe. I'm tracking with you. I think you're on the money. I think there's a way to kind of bring these 2 points together. Is that we have to recognize the risk in marriage right now. There's a real risk. To downplay that's to be very dishonest. That there's a lot of women that are, because of OnlyFans, because of social media, because of feminist training, whatever, that will be a miserable wife and end up hurting you over the long haul. But the flip side of that is that if you decide you're never going to get married, you're never going to take that risk at all, you have another risk. You have a risk of never being a father. You have a risk of not creating a legacy. You have a risk of not shaping culture in the same way you can as a head of a household. So risk kind of there's risk from multiple directions. And that's what I'm hearing. And I think that's what, I think the problem is a lot of guys aren't being told the risk of getting into marriage. And when they are, it's from people who have been burned bad, right? So it's kind of like it's almost a slanted view, because look, I've been married for 18 years. I've been with my wife since April 24th, 1999. So whatever that is, 22 years. It's awesome. My marriage is oasis. I love it. It's not a dead, sexless marriage. We have a lot of kids. I enjoy hanging out with her. Life is great, right? There are really good marriages. I know other people that got married 5 years ago. Great marriages. But I think the problem is that we tend to take our stats one way or another, where everything's going to be okay or everything's going to be terrible. And I think if you take someone like Muhammad and Scribe and put it together, we get a more realistic picture, right? Like, I mean, Scribe, I thought you were this black pill guy, and you're coming here and speaking a very anchored, balanced truth. It's really refreshing. So
I appreciate it, but I just want to add a little variable to your equation there.
Sure.
I think that's what the black pill is, though, right?
The bringing those things together, it's like, what I'm saying is, like, what is it that you desire? What is it that makes you feel alive? What is it that, you're trying to get away from this, lame, livelihood that you currently have? You're trying to, conquer your dreams. I'm saying that's the risk factor. I'm saying if that's what it is you want to do, but you're being, blocked to do it because other people are telling you, no, don't do it, it's a bad idea, or whatever else it is, because it costs too much, or whatever else it is. If you allow that to be the reason why it cannot be done, and now you turn to the doomer side, where this is all messed up, women are messed up and all this stuff, then of course that's going to be your experience for the rest of your life, because that's what you've chosen. But if it's something you desire and you say, okay, is this worth the risk? Is it worth the risk for me to marry this woman? I'm gonna have to weigh my options here. Okay, does she seem like someone I could, that's going to be there or not, whatever. So it's really that. It's really it comes down to what makes you. I agree with that. Yeah, what makes you the person you are, and how, and who else makes you alive? That's the woman that's going to make you, the man you really want to be, and that's and you have to have kids and all that stuff. That's your thing. I'm saying I've gone through it. I mean, my issue is, whenever I get deeper into a relationship with a woman, it's like, you know, now I'm losing my freedom, and I just, for some reason, at that point, I just, you know, pretty much, you know, bounce from the relationship at that point because I just can't handle that type of control. And
How many kids? Sorry, Scribe. How many kids do you have? Do you
I
have
don't
any
have
kids?
any kids. I've evaded all that. I've been out with many women, but it's you know, the love factor hasn't really. It's more of a lust factor. It's like, how
Oh
do you
yeah.
tell the difference between lust and love? Where men get confused and they think the lust is the love because they're thinking of the sexual thing and all. They're not thinking about raising the kids. They're not thinking about paying the bills. They're not thinking about how this woman can help me financial or in other endeavors to make me a more successful man. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about, okay, is this a woman I could stay with and have pleasure with and all that? So they're not thinking about all these other things. I mean, any man that claims they have the perfect marriage is lying.
Well, the way you know is that you stop having sex with a woman if you've already been having sex with her. You stop having sex, or you know you don't have sex to begin with, and that's how you tell the difference between love and lust.
You're already done before you began. You're already done. Even if you had the best sex, you make her orgasm, everything else. There still could be another variable in that particular relationship you have with her that just not going to work. You know, like she just loves cats or dogs or whatever, and you're not that type of person, or she's really into whatever. Go ahead.
Scribe, here's a question for actually everybody. So I've got 3 kids. I would love to have another companionship and another wife and more kids. So what stops me? What do you think stops me from proceeding with that?
To have more kids? How many kids do you have?
I've got 3.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
I want more.
And it's a small family, small.
That's up to you.
It is.
That's up to you.
Yeah, you know, it takes a lot to raise kids, man. That's what I've noticed.
Do you want more kids, or do you want another wife? Do you want, like, the wife thing doesn't matter, or you want more kids? Is that the main goal?
Okay. So what is it that a woman can give to a man that a man cannot purchase from the market?
I'm not sure. I was just asking you. Do you want another good woman with more kids, or the current woman you're with? I'm not sure your situation.
So what I'm saying. Oh, okay. So I'm divorced. I've got 3 kids. I would like to have a family, more kids. And what stops me, I'll just state it quickly. What stops me are the kind of the laws which do not protect the inheritance of my children. In my divorce, the financial settlement was 78.8 went to my ex-wife and 21.2% came to me. And that's with 50-50 care of the kids. Now, if I enter another partnership, I don't like calling it partnership because to me, as a religious person, marriage is it. There is no family without getting married. There are no kids. There's no concept of that. And if I do that, then if I work for next 10 years, let's say, and she decides to leave for whatever reason, then again, she gets a similar distribution of financial assets. And there is no provision in law that protects my children's future inheritance. Yeah, there are trusts and but they can be penetrated through one way or the other. And that is what stops me. And I don't even have to be married. In Australia, we've got common law marriage, which is if you are staying together, you are considered married after a certain point in time. But there's a more twist to that. Even if you're not staying together, you can be living 3,000 kilometers apart. You can still be ruled to be in a relationship. And then the division of assets is as you were married.
So my question is, so if the woman wasn't really involved, your goal is to have more kids. So if I were to ask you, what about the surrogate thing, or, if someone's willing...
Yeah, I thought of that. It would be highly immoral as far as I'm concerned. Surrogate means what I'm planning here is that I'll get a kid, then I'll strip the child away from the mother. That's the plan.
Would that
how can I...
Right?
How can I do that?
How about the kids you have? Involved? Well, the kids you have, right? How old are they?
Oh, they're 7 and 12 and 18.
Now, those children, instead of, and this is no prejudgment on you, it takes a lot to raise those kids. Instead of making more kids, those kids need to be repaired. I mean, they're going to be broken. If you start another family and you have kids, that's going to take away from them. And they're going through something worse than you or your wife are going through. They're in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly. So when you think about it, when a man has children, he's made his decision. Like, I look at it as, if a guy got a lot of kids, then he's got a lot of work to do. You don't got time to do anything but raise your kids. I had this conversation with the fake MGTOWs because I've raised kids when I was younger. I don't have any, but I know what it's like to be around deadbeat moms and stuff like that and having to raise kids. I also know what it's like to be around moms that have raised their kids good, but then they turned out to be spoiled. So when I look at the situation, it's like, all right, you have a responsibility onto those kids for the rest of your life. There's no more what you want to do. That's it. That's what sacrifice is. So as much.
I'm exploring. I'm not exploring.
There's no more. Anything you do beside taking care of your kids will take away from them. And it's nothing against you. It's nothing, because I see this with a lot of people in the manosphere and in real life. I say, man, you know what? There's no more of this free leisure time. You know, this is why people are growing up messed up, because the fathers aren't making that sacrifice. And it's easy to say that when the mother in a divorce situation will do spiteful things and try to prevent the father from, spending quality time with the kids. Will try to make the kids hate the father. Will use the money on herself that should be being spent on her children. So it's really messed up. Usually from what I see, if the father is there willing and must have to give finances, those finances aren't being spent on the kids. That 70-something% that goes to her, I doubt half of that is being spent on the kids. If it is, great. But to go and get married somewhere else and have more kids is to leave those kids to die. They'll walk around hollow, missing something from their life forever. And they might repeat the cycle even worse so. So as a person who has, been like a father to men and children, I see this. I mean, I had to go through a harsh upbringing. My parents got divorced when I was young, so I speak from experience. And, I never had clothes bought for me for school. I didn't get 3 meals a day. I was raised by the military and brought into manhood, and also by society, which was very, very harsh. Maybe that's what turned me into the man I am today, which allows me to just burn through the ordinary male. So this is just my bit of advice from, what I just wanted to say.
I'm exploring the societal and legal problems in getting married, not the morality of it. That what all this long spiel you've given, that is the reason I don't date at all, because it would be perceived as treason. It would be high treason towards my children.
Yes,
to get married again.
Yeah.
So what I'm discussing with Scribe is the legal ramifications of getting married, the societal ramifications of indulging in that. That is what I'm highlighting, that law and the state and the laws are so lopsided against men and father.
Yeah.
That even to consider, I don't even consider that's part of the reason. But the prime reason, I don't even have time to do or even think about dating, let alone consider. But I'm saying that doesn't mean I do not have an innate desire. But you said rightly, that is the sacrifice a father is supposed to make. And I do this as a privilege, not as a burden. I wouldn't do it any other way if I was born 10 times all over again. But with Scribe, I was highlighting the legal problems and how the laws are different for women as compared to men.
I would ask you, how familiar are you with contracts?
Which contracts?
I mean, basically, you could create a contract with a woman that is willing to bear your children, assuming she's the genetics you prefer, and for a dollar amount.
It's immoral. As far as I'm concerned, it's immoral.
Well, I'm saying if you want to sidestep the whole marriage thing, then that's the only way, business.
Oh yeah, I know. What I'm saying is that to me, it's an immoral thing to do.
Yeah, no, he wants
because
that. Yeah, the religious
You
aspect.
can't
of
have
it.
both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's just you
Yeah,
can't be like,
Oh,
okay, I
yeah,
want.
absolutely. We are exploring the ideas of doing different things and the results and consequences and ramifications. Nothing exists in silo. Everything gives rise to consequences.
So what? So basically, let me say real quick. I mean, what he's saying is he distrusts women so much to the point where he wants to have kids, but he cannot see himself with any woman because he's already gone through that same thing he's talking about through the court and all that. So he he wants to prevent that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think, but also he understands that he can't do that because, like he said, it would be high treason to his kids. So he's moral. He's more than moral enough to understand that he knows he can never do that because he has to raise his kids. And I can feel the empathy. I mean, the guy had a family. He just wanted to have a family and raise his kids, and that was taken from him due to the harsh laws that are pitted against men. I mean, it's brutal. And when men get hurt, we're in societies that tell men that you can't say that you're hurt. You have to stay quiet and take that pain. So yeah, no, I definitely hear it.
Children, it's brutal to children, man. I don't care. Well, I do care about men, but it's most brutal to the children. They develop split personalities, as you said earlier on.
Man, I've said it a long time ago. A lot of people don't see that. They don't see that the children are the biggest victims.
Casualties.
Yes, they are the casualties of the divorce wars. And a lot of people don't see it. I see these guys complaining, oh, I'm going my own way. You can't go your own way if you have children.
You know, absolutely. Could not agree more. Children are the casualty, are the first and the biggest casualty of feminism, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, this is why I put in the 48 laws of dating, law 28, marriage is a business contract. And, if it's not based on, I still can't define fully love, but if it's not based on something like that, or, something where the woman, sees something more like Scribe was saying, about, you have to really know her, you have to say, okay,
Gratitude.
That's what I want. Yeah.
Gratitude. If gratitude, as Cicero said, gratitude is not only the greatest of all virtues, it is the parent of all great virtues. And that is absolutely true. A relationship can survive anything. What it cannot survive is lack of gratitude.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, I think I've been listening to this, and Muhammad, I kind of see that you have a it's like you had said you want more kids, but MD made a great point that take care of the kids that you have. I understand, where you're coming from, but what I'm seeing is I'm just seeing a conflict here. Like, where do you draw your own personal line? You follow?
No, I don't have one. See, once you have children, you don't have your personal needs because your children's needs and requirements are take the priority. I was doing this as a hypothetical discussion with Scribe.
Okay,
because he was saying, to do it. And I said, well, okay, let's say I want to do it. I didn't phrase it that way because I didn't want to make it look like a purely hypothetical.
Okay.
But I did it to illustrate the point that laws are truly brutal, even if I wanted to do it.
I mean, let me explain something that's even deeper. The reason why I haven't gotten married, it's not so much the laws and all that other stuff. It's like knowing how I grew up and how I felt growing up in society, going to school, being indoctrinated through all these things. It's like in this day and age, knowing that my own son or daughter would have to go through that, I know myself in my heart that would not be able to educate and protect them the way I would want to. They would find a way to be like, they would find a way to take them, see, this is the thing that I'm most afraid of. And if I'm not there to protect them, then I won't be able to sleep at night. I don't have kids and I already know that's how I'm going to be. That just changes a man so much. It's like, hold on, you want to say something for a while? Go ahead, brother.
Well, I'll say this, man. And what he asked is exactly what Primal Man was talking about. You want the 1950s. The problem is most men are lying. And the lie is that you do not want this other woman more than you want to satisfy and obtain validation from your nation. Because The truth is this, man. We know how the laws are. The 1950s no longer exist in America. And if you, as a man, for example, Muhammad, you want other children, I believe that the father leads. And if you allow, the U.S. is all about trying to get you to have your children. If you, as a man, feel unfulfilled, that you want the experience of having a family the proper way, where you're not afraid of the government or the law, you go where legally you can do it. The problem with most men saying they want something, you don't really want it. Because if you wanted it, you know you could take a flight and get it. The thing is, so many men are locked into the system that they don't consider happiness outside of where they are nationally. Because to me, everything you're talking about, you could go get it today. It's just that the average man is too glued to their domestic society. Like you wouldn't count having a family outside of the US, outside of Australia where you are. So a lot of times with the manosphere, we speak lies about what we want. Because if you truly wanted a family, you want to be a patriarch and all this stuff, you would go where it can happen. You would not just sit here and pray to God that the laws change. The laws will not change, guys. It's been over 80 years of this, man. You have to choose. Do you really want, like Scribe was saying, do you want it, and are you going to go get it? That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, and you also have to, you're right about the whole truth, exactly, because when you think about reality it is at this point in time. At this point in time, 2021, we've had the privilege of having the internet, literally knowledge at our fingertips within seconds, within milliseconds. Automation to the point where you literally don't have to do anything, and you just get everything served to you. There has to be a balance in that. If we got everything we wanted, plus that, you just be living fat and happy and not give a shit about anything. You wouldn't have a purpose, no fire. That's about the fire. It's like okay, now you're given these new technological weapons. Are you going to use them properly, or are you just going to, just wither away and basically just give up and be like, it's too hard or whatever? It's like, no. If you look at, like in the 50s, 60s, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have none of this stuff. I mean, now cell phones are computers. You literally have computer in your hand that's more powerful than what NASA had when they launched the moon mission. So when you think about the difference of power you have now, why even have any showing of depression at all? You have that power. Before, people could not gain knowledge like this. They'd have to go break into some old library and get that knowledge. Nowadays you do have to sift through the internet because there's a lot of lies and misdirection of knowledge. But if you know what you're looking for and you're in it long enough, you understand what the truth is through your own experiences, and your own experience is that truth. And I believe that's what Tony. That's what Tony was saying with the Tony pill. Go ahead, Tony.
No, what I'm finding out is, again, I'm diving into all these philosophies. What I'm finding out is what's happening with, I'll call it the black pill revolution, is that I'm seeing what I'm seeing now from you guys is tonight especially is you guys are describing solutions. You're not actually doing, I think, what a lot of people tend to say is that it's nihilistic, but I'm seeing solutions tonight. In other words, people are choosing to get married, but understand that, like what MD had said, you're in a contract. So you make the contract according to the way you want it, or the way you want the outcome of the contract to be. So I think there are solutions to what's going on right now, and I do see solutions in the black pill. It's not. I think it's been. I think it's almost so harsh sometimes that people kind of back away from it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I get that.
Well, I fully agree with hold the truth hostage. The solution. I actually, when I interact with men in Australia who want to get married, I tell them, hey, look, if you really want what you say you want, you should move to Middle East, because there the laws are opposite. Your mother of your children cannot just pick up your kids and leave the country, because there the laws are that she will have to have written permission from the father to leave the country with the children.
But
And
isn't
they say,
it-
oh, we
isn't
can't do that.
in different every Middle Eastern country doesn't it have different laws? Like
They do,
I think
they do,
Saudi
but I'm
Arabia
talking of average.
didn't Saudi Arabia just change it to where women can travel now outside of the country alone?
Yes, Saudi Arabia is not per se strictly Middle East. Middle East is United Arab
No,
Emirates.
but this is
generally
where
speaking.
all Middle Eastern Muslim religions come from, Saudi Arabia. So it's based.
Yeah,
Aren't
they
they
are
Wahhabi, though?
doing that. Yeah.
Huh?
They're changing their stance a lot recently. They have been changing and shifting recently.
What'd you say, Caduce?
I was like, aren't they Wahhabi, which is like a specific branch
Yes.
of Islam?
Well, the thing is
Yes.
that all Islam stems from Saudi Arabia. So for that to be the main pillar to just change into Cuckville, where it's, you know, and it was harsh before that. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of things. You know, I understand religious stances of all types, but you know, when you look at the Western world, if you're going to sign a contract to buy a car and you don't read it, it's like the old saying from Rome, you know, he who will be deceived, let him. You know, in America, it translates to let the buyer beware. In Egypt, yeah, that's right.
And I was always say what Tony was saying earlier about how we're actually trying to improve things, not, you know, complain or nihilism or all this other stuff they claim the black pill is. It's, you know, it's like once you understand the power that you have in this current technological age, you can do those things. You can research countries. Okay, where would be a good country for me to meet my future wife or that type of woman that I want, and I have a higher chance of her not, you know, doing the whole divorce thing and all that, or, you know, being that type of woman that's going to be looking at that. So you have the ability to kind of pre-plan your life where this was not possible 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. You have to look at the bright side. No one looks at the bright side. It's like you have power right in the palm of your hand to literally do anything you want, man. It's like you don't even have to go to school nowadays. You got hundreds of classes online. You show your kids, okay, I want you to complete these courses online, you know, do these things. Oh, what do you like? Oh, I like doing these things. Okay, we're gonna have you do those things. We're not gonna put you in some class that you despise or don't want to do. That's not you. Why? You see, that's the thing. They don't even ask the kid, what is it you want to do? Let's ask the kid what he wants to do, what he's going to actually spend his time, free time, doing. Because those are the guys, it's like hackers. You know, I do a lot of computer stuff. Those guys, hackers, from the time they're 3, 4, 5 years old, they're doing that on their own. It's a natural, innate ability, and they love doing it. They eat, breathe, you know, shit, this stuff, and it's just like, that's what they do. That's why you can take an MIT guy or a Harvard guy that studied computer science, and these hackers will blow past him like he's nothing because those guys studied for it. They did not live it. These kids live that shit. That's who they are. Those guys you cannot mess with. Their knowledge is so far ingrained inside them. It's beyond any university or any college that could ever teach it because they understood what they wanted to do.
Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem is that you're never going to solve the issues that are going on today with men and marriage and women and all these things. You're never going to solve them by moving to another country and just hoping that you're going to pick the right women. And you're also not going to do it by just trying to have more knowledge about, you know, I don't know, about the mechanisms of women. Well, actually, I mean, I guess you could, but it's really simple. It's really, really simple. Like, you don't need a book to tell you how to do it. The secret is that all women are evil. And as are men. Men have a tendency toward evil right from the beginning, as do women. Actually, it's not even a tendency; it's innate. People are evil, and the problem is that women don't have love. They receive love from the man, and see, the problem is that men have no love, and so they have no love to give these women, and so these women have been failed by their fathers. A lot of the times they've been failed by their fathers. And what happens is, as soon as they're failed by their fathers, they go into the society where these men are so weak, they're totally fine with having sex with, you know, this woman, and she'll go around having sex with every man. And so she's essentially failed by every single man that she sleeps with. And and as a result, she's like, why can't I find love? Why is this not working out? And so she's been told that, you know, the satisfaction comes from the career, right? And so she thinks maybe she'll feel the satisfaction of love from a career and all these different things. The problem is that, you know, that obviously leads to nowhere.
But it's like, you know why those marriages last, that like from our parents and all that, is because they got married when they were in their late teens, early 20s. If you get with a woman,
they didn't need a book to do it. They didn't need a book to do it.
Yeah, it happened naturally. But if you're going to get with a woman beyond 25, 30, and she's already gone through that, and worse, if she's got a kid, then she's going to look at you as just simply, you know, another beta male provider. Unfortunately, that's what it is. If you weren't her first, or damn near close to it, because those girls don't know any better. If they're with that guy for that long, they don't know any better to even do those things. They hear about it from the girlfriends, but they won't dare do it. But if you're getting with a woman that has already done it, not once, twice, 3 times, then you already know what's going to happen. You see, the secret of that whole thing is try to get with someone who hasn't been ruined in that way. You know, once they've gone through that, you know, they'll justify that for any action you do. You get in an argument, whatever it is, like the regular argument that other girl that got with the other guy early, she would never think about leaving him. But this other girl, she might be thinking about it because she's so used to already doing it. And she's like, find any reason to monkey branch or whatever, the hypergamy and all that. So if you're dealing with that type of woman, then the probability is very high, obviously.
Well,
so,
see, this is the problem is that it's not about, you could try and like logically try to sort your way through selecting, you know, the right woman and things like that. But
it's like, is she a hoe or not? Really, it's like that's not really select. It's like, is this woman sleeps around or is she a good girl? You know, there's a difference, a big difference.
Well, no, because it doesn't. Because here's the thing: you could have a woman who is a virgin. See, that's the thing. These women, they're not just good one day, because you hear about these guys who get burned.
Like
I've heard a lot of it.
Women, man, you can't be blaming. See, that
I'm not
sounds
blaming-
like they try to blame the black pill for that, but. And I'm nothing against you, but you're putting on a very nihilistic thing.
It's like he's not willing to take the slightest chance.
It's not nihilistic at all.
Nobody's born evil. That's a belief.
Oh no, that's
you realize you're taking a chance, right?
Are people born inherently good? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not born either. It's an action. So you can't tell me they're born good or not.
People are born inherently evil.
Beta Slayer, I want to explain something about that. Because look, we are the balance. We have 2 hemispheres of the brain, right? So we have love, we have kindness, we have all these things. But on the other side, we have hate, we have evilness. You know, on the other side, we got compassion. Other side, we got envy, jealousy. We have those 2 things. Where do you want to live in that particular realm? Because that's what's happening every second of the day. Someone says something, all of a sudden now you're pissed off, or something happens, and all of a sudden you're really happy. It's like these switches in your mechanism. What are you going to allow that thing to take over you? Because you heard a few things from, you know, something.
The old saying. What's the old saying? No tree can reach heaven unless the roots go all the way down to hell. If you don't get in touch with your dark side, you'll never be able to live through your light side. And that's what happens to a lot of these preachers that try to act all good, and their roots don't go down to hell, and they don't engage with their dark self, and they topple over. We've seen it happen with Tammy Baker and her husband. We've seen it happen with all of these people. So if you try to deny that, if you say, oh, we're just evil, or we're just good. No, there's a balance. The darkness and the light are bounded and braided together. You're not going to separate one from the other. And to say that people are innately born evil or good, that's a coping mechanism, because those are our actions.
No, that's actually a lie.
What determine you. Your behavior is what determines you. To say that, oh, that's what pre-programmed behavior, so you can't change your behavior. That's just not accurate to what we see in reality.
No, that's actually true, because you see people who because you see people who do. Okay,
that's the coping mechanism.
Okay, no. Think about this. Right? So these drug addicts. Why do these drug addicts? These drug addicts, they want to do what's right. They know inside that something is wrong.
Drug addiction is a sickness. And it needs
how is
to
that
be
evil?
treated as a sickness, not punished.
No, it's okay. No, it's evil. Okay, I'll explain, because what drug addiction? Okay, well, first of all, it's evil because you're hurting yourself.
Wow,
you're hurting
man.
yourself.
It's a sickness, man. If you're sick, you
Dude,
shouldn't
it's
be
not.
And so
I gotta
here's
say
the thing
something about
about
that.
it.
It's not evil.
You
It's
can
an escape.
overcome. This
Drug use
is
is an escape from reality. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yes,
Just like
and
gluttony.
it
Just like
it
gluttony.
damages you. It
Just like any
damages you.
dopamine effect is an escape from reality to the point where you'll kill yourself by doing it because you want to escape the reality of the situation.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
destroys your clarity. It destroys your judgment.
at your own
Hey,
expense.
being too religious destroys your clarity too. You know,
No.
so you look at, hey, and we see it in many people. We see it. This is the funny thing. If we look at the evidence, we start to see like, okay, and this is the problem people have with the black pill, because when that evidence comes out of the truth, what is basically black pill is a metaphor for, people get angry. They get nihilistic, and then they try to blame it on the black pill. They try to blame it on the truth. No, blame it on yourself. And instead of blame, you want to rise up above that. Look for the cause. The cause is your attitude.
Well,
And if you can change your attitude, you can change a lot of things.
Well, let me address the nihilistic thing that you brought up at first, because I thought that was an interesting point. So people being inherently evil. Here's the deal with that. There's nothing nihilistic about that. There's nothing hopeless about that at all. Because
But where's the truth?
Okay, well, now hold on a second. So the reason, okay, actually we won't even get into the reason real quick, but basically the reason why it's not nihilistic is because you can overcome it and you don't have to live in that ever again. You can get out of it. And actually, and here's the thing, in a functioning family, in a functioning, like if we're brought up in a healthy family, but a lot of us were cursed into unhealthy, crazy families. And so this is why we're seeing all this stuff happen right now, right? Because it is that we don't have the fathers in the home, but there's a lot more to it as well, right? It's that we also have these fathers and mothers who don't have love. And so these children do not have the love from birth. And so they grow up and they may be able to just function, they can get by, but then they come into these pitfalls of anger, and they come into these pitfalls of depression, and they can become drug addicts, they can become whatever. There's all these kinds of vices.
The foundation of this.
The thing is, once you understand that is all by design, and you understand the government and all these things are there for a certain reason to kind of bring that about, unfortunately, bring about poverty and all these things that should not be happening, especially this day and age with supposedly technologically super advanced, but we haven't figured out poverty and basic communication and how to kill each other, bomb each other and all this stuff. So when you look at it and you dissect it, you understand that these things are by design. They're there. So all you can do, what
do you mean by that?
As in, this suffering is there by design to indoctrinate you and put you in that situation, and you have to come out of that and say, look, okay, all these things are happening, all these people are suffering, but am I going to allow that to happen in my reality? What do I learn from this? Right? Like they say, the wise man learns from the other people's experience and does not replicate that failure because he understands. And sometimes, and a lot of times, you have to fail to learn. And that's what MD was saying, the roots have to go way down to heaven. The roots have to go way down to hell before you can reach heaven, because you have to understand that pain to reach that bliss. That is the yin and the yang. Unfortunately, you have to go through these levels of pain and endurement to reach that, like Jesus Christ. They had to crucify the guy for him to reach, whatever, to reincarnate and all that stuff. So
what?
If you can learn from that and not be a victim of it and not live it because you see it and you learn it, you have no excuse now.
Are we creating solutions or just trying to avoid
I'm
being
telling him,
victim?
in his case, he understands this situation where most men do not. Therefore, he should do better than most men because now you understand this is going on. That's your solution.
Are we just trying to
live
avoid?
that.
But are we just trying to avoid being victims here, or are we actually?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell him, because
setting a new standard.
Because he's trying to say, okay, all these bad things are happening, and that's going to be me, so I'm going to be a victim. What can I do about that? And I'm saying that's what you do about it. You learn from that mistake that's going on, and you say, how can I fix this?
Well, see, but that's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Is that when you're lost in that anger, in that hatred, when you're lost in all that darkness that we inherit from birth, unless we're lucky enough and fortunate enough to have these parents with love, which is not common at all.
You know what?
You're always going to be at a risk of falling apart over something
That
like
darkness will go away once you find that truth. If you are a kid and you believe the boogeyman's in the closet and you believe that, you'll be at that level of fear. But if you understand, hey, that's not real, I'm just allowing my mind to think that. It's like basically you're not allowing yourself to evolve to the point where those things no longer are a reality to you. At that point, you have no time to be even worried about that. You're too busy living your life and trying to get to the next level. You know, if you allow that to be the umbrella that you're going to stay under, that's where you're going to stay. You know what I'm saying?
don't know.
Hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on, hold on, hold on. You see, I'll say this. Here's where you mess up, man. Why is it a man's job to fix society? Are we getting paid to fix society? It's not enough that
Oh,
we
come
work.
on. It
Hold on,
is
hold
our
on,
job.
hold on, hold
It
on,
is
hold
our
on, hold
job.
on, hold on. It's not enough that we go to work and do our job. It's not our job. Why can't a man put himself first and be happy? Why do
Cuz
you have to
that's
fight
bullshit.
the
That's
no, hold
effeminate.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Why do you have to fight society and try to fix it? That ain't our job. Our job is to do our job, gather our resources, and seek out what makes us happy and what will create the legacy we seek out. The thing I'd say about the black pill, and I think I see why a lot of people hate that community, is that unlike the red pill that's inside, how do you find happiness in a broken down? It's basically the black pill is stuff. I mean, the red pill and the purple pill and all that stuff's telling you how do you get to the top of a damaged building? Why would you? The black pill is telling you why would you go in that damaged building to begin with? The society has been broken before all of us have been born here. So why should I come out of work working 8 hours a day, 16 hours, whatever it is, and now I got to work to fix a society that I'm
Because
not getting paid to do nothing for? Why can't I just
because
go find happiness, man?
because a woman and a child is not gonna do it. That's why.
Yeah, but that ain't my child. That ain't my woman. So
But
why
you're
can't
not a
I
woman.
leave?
You a man. That's your job. That's what we do.
No, that ain't our
Well,
job, bro.
here,
Society's already working. Our job is to find our fulfillment. And the problem with a lot of guys, and even you beta slave
That's gonna
telling the
be our
man that,
fulfillment, though. Fixing this shit will be
no,
fulfilling.
no, bro,
Yeah, the way you can
fixing
make
it.
the biggest impact is to revolt with your seed. Don't give the country that's betraying
There
you
it
their
is.
seed. Because
That's
young people are what build a society, and if you deprive the elites of that, they'll have to make some changes.
Or you make kids that stand for something right. They don't stand for this garbage out here that we talking about.
Yeah, you
But
raise
you
your
can
kids
do
with
that
love
anywhere
and
on
not
this
anger.
planet, though.
But Primal
Yeah.
Man, you only have access. Your kids go to school for over 8 hours. How can you openly say you're gonna affect and raise them? The thing is this, dude. What is the greatest art of war? The Art of War book said the greatest warrior is the one that doesn't fight at all. Meaning the men that step away from that society, that are not involved, are the winners. Notice how they're changing the abortion laws. You know why they're changing the abortion laws? Man, we notice we have a lot of abortion and men walking away from the system. We have to starve the system of our seed. In all honesty, the government will not panic until the birth decline reaches over 10%. And now think about it, Primal Man. Let's say you're 30. So you're gonna keep fighting the government to change it until you're 50, 60. Guess what you've done? You've dedicated your whole life to fighting a system rather than living.
You don't fight
You
it
know what I
like
mean?
that, though. You don't fight it. You
That's
don't go fight the
that's a
government.
coward move. Yeah, that's a very coward move.
I think it goes with what Scribe's saying about knowing your limitations. This is hundreds, possibly thousands of years of inertia that you're trying to fight, and trillions of dollars. And you're saying as one man you can fight it. The best way we could do it is fight it, deprive of the seed, because that's more valuable than any dollar or any amount of years of work possible.
And then what? And then what?
Well,
Don't have kids, and then what?
Well, you take care of them and you raise them with the values that you instill in them, but it can be happen. You're a citizen of the globe. You're not a citizen of the United States.
Are you saying don't have kids?
No.
Oh, don't have them domestically.
No, I'm saying don't have them in America.
Dude, Primal Man, you want the experience of fatherhood, right? Or do you want the experience of fatherhood that is validated by your nationalism? That's what a lot of men are are facing, and it proves that you're more focused on the validation. Why would I want the validation of a country that's literally making laws where they're anti-male stability? I'll give you an example. Section 8, the government literally said, if you kick the father out of the house, this is your Democrat, this is your Republican. If you kick the father out of the house, we'll give you some rations, little money that'll keep you alive until next month. So your government literally said we'll only help the family if it's broken. The problem with a lot of men in this country is they won't accept.
So
It's like
are they coming in and knocking on the door and kicking the father out the home?
yeah, dude, Section 8 told you got to kick them out. We'll put what they call those laws to restraining orders, all that. Dude, the government did this. This is the Democrat, Republican. It is an anti-male establishment, and we're not weak. To me, the biggest cope a lot of the men in the manosphere say we're weaker men. Dude, we're not working in the coal mines no more. You know, your testosterone doesn't need to be 1,000 when you're not working in a coal mine. We're in the greatest age to be a man. We can, like Scribe said, you walk around with all the technology you want. If anything a man wants right now, they can get it. But you know why they don't want it? They can't get it here. They can't validate it in the country they were born in. Because a lot of men have forgotten where most men are greatest. Our oldest hobby is men. You want to know what the oldest hobby as a man is? It's traveling. A man, our oldest hobby is traveling to find a better resource, a better way of life. In America now, it's no longer that for men. It's a paradise for single motherhoods and the destruction of the family. That's what it's become.
So what's a better place? The Middle East, Asia, or what?
I can name them. You could go to Mexico. You could go to Cuba. You could go to freaking forget the other country, but Asia. There's so many countries. And let me give you the ultimate truth, man. This is the truth that will rock any man here, is that, let me ask you this. Okay, I'm black, a woman's white, a woman's Asian, a woman's Indian. She's another woman. The problem with us is we're limited. We're living the limited male life. Think about it. We're in the age where a man could sample any woman from around the world. We have so much abundance and freedom, and men are openly choosing to fight for less. Dude, the society has already made its choice, man. There's so much.
As opposed to what? Unlimited tail?
No, as opposed to the slavery that comes here, bro. There is no freedom to be a man in America no more besides working.
I'm a free man.
I think what he's saying is, what I'm getting from this, I've been quiet for a while, but what I'm getting from this is that, our system is super broken here in the United States. That's a fact. Okay. So you do have the option of anywhere in the world like you've never had before. Okay. I think this is the point he's trying to make, is you do have that option. So is it about, it's almost like what I'm seeing is it about being an American or building a family? You can still build a family, but are we focused on our location only? You see what I'm saying?
You're right on the money.
Only on our location.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick, real deep. That's like that. Took me a long time to realize this. It's like the days of like what happened. Let's just use a metaphor for what happened in Christianity. Jesus Christ, he got nailed to the cross for whatever, died for the sins or whatever, and all this, right? That has not changed. When he had to go through that thousands of years ago, supposedly that happened, he had to be nailed up on that cross to go with what he believed in. So I was telling, many talks with MD about this, like, I realized it's not what I choose. It already chose me. These things, these feelings, these things I have within me that is telling me I got to do these things, whatever is that thing inside, that force inside of you that drives you to become that thing, that is you. And the more you try to get away from that, the more depressed you get, because you already have this inner calling. I know everyone has this. I know I have this, and it's always been there. I didn't choose it. For me, if I had the way I want to just, get rich, whatever, live life, have sex with beautiful women, whatever, do all that. But when it comes down to it, you have this thing inside you that tells you, no, you gotta figure out how to help. Like like Parliament was saying earlier, it's like if that's what you believe that you gotta do, and that's at your soul core, that's what you believe, that's what you gotta do, and you don't let no one else tell you any different, because it chose you. You never chose it, Parliament. It chose you, right?
Yeah,
That is a
yeah.
divine choice that came to you. You never chose it. That is you. Go ahead.
That's like trying to get somebody to see something they can't see.
But I think what's happening here is I'm seeing, in other words, I'm seeing options. You're having an option. In other words, if a guy's having a hard time here in the United States, we live in a world now where you can go anywhere. So your options can be your options to meet a woman that will be the woman that you want are worldwide. You're not stuck. So
but these dudes are
that option.
These dudes are still taking that same mentality to Asia.
It's the running away. It's the running away mentality. That's what
they're
it is.
still taking their same mentality to the Middle East.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask Gonzo a question. Why is it running away? Is the world, in other words, are you stuck? Are we stuck on 50 states?
Well, here's the thing. Like, no, you're not stuck.
No,
and of course you have the option.
So does it make a difference if a guy's in the service and meets a girl in another country, and he brings her back here? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm trying to be devil's advocate here. In other words, we have a worldwide option now, unlike we've never had before. So rather than I think that if a guy would rather than complain about it, not saying you guys are complaining in any way, shape, or form, but you have an option. We have options now we've never had before. And I've been in different countries in Central America, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, the Bahamas, all the places I've surfed. The amount of women that were attracted, it wasn't like here. And
I got a question.
So I think what it is has to be I think what we have to look at is the complete end goal. In other words, what are you trying to accomplish? I know you want a wife and kids. That's great. But I think it's real simple. I think what's happening is it's become so deep, this conversation, and it's just a simple option. In other words, if you're stuck on being here, not saying it's stuck, but if you want to change things here, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't plan on going anywhere else myself, but you do have the option of going to and traveling into a different country. You could go to Sweden. You could go to anywhere. You could go to Romania. And there's a possibility of meeting somebody that's going to absolutely give you what you want and create a good family. I mean, to me, it's an open option. I mean, what a great option to have, like we've never had before.
I mean, Tony, I don't know if you know, but I live in Panama, and all my friends and family in the States are like, "Are you crazy?" Even though I was born here, because my dad was in the military, I was barely 1 year old before we went back to DC in Texas, so I never got to really learn the language well. I know Spanish, but not that well. But I learned, but I came back. That was one of the reasons why I came back, because the women, all that stuff is just a lot more, traditional in that sense of, they know how to cook, they know how to dance. They already have these things pre-installed already from the old ways that a man deserves. And, my issue is every time I'm with a girl, I'm always looking at we're in the mall and then I'm looking at some other girl. I'm just like, I'm stuck in that thing where you can't eat just one, until you had to finally settle down. Like, God damn it, okay, this one right here, fine, okay, no, that one right there, that's the one right there. And then you're like, no, it's like, man, I just got to keep doing the thing. It's just I can't help myself. And what makes it worse is when I'm going out with a new girl, I got 2 or 3 exes trying to contact me at the same time. So it's not that I'm trying to cheat or do it deliberately. It's just that it's there. And if I'm going through a rough spot with the current girl, then the ex calls or something, you see, that's another predicament within itself, because then you never really know who to choose if you're in that. But eventually when you get older and older, you're going to have to choose something, and that's another fear of mine as well. The kid is a whole different fear.
If you take a defeated mindset to another country, you're gonna get defeated in another country.
Absolutely, but you got to come in tactically with what you want, and you know what you're looking for.
What do you mean defeated? As in what?
As in, like, everything's. Oh, I'm getting echoed.
The system's corrupt. The system.
Yeah, but I think what's happening is man, is that you're just. I think what the issue is that this is an option. It's not a.
If it's an option, then how many dudes do y'all know right now that are setting foot on a plane tomorrow to go meet the greatest woman of their life in another country?
Well, I don't think the issue is that you're going to another country to meet another one. The issue is that you're going to see what it has to offer you first. Versus, I think going to another country to, I mean, this is my opinion on it, is a good idea, but going to experience another country and it might actually, you know,
women are still women. The option's there. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I don't see many men rushing to a plane to hop on a plane to go explore options in Asia right now.
Well, see, the issue with this subject is that it hasn't been brought up as just an option. It's been brought up as you have to go to another country if you want to be successful.
I understand that. I'm saying, I'm saying it's an option. I'm saying that. Yeah.
I'm saying even my own father, who was stationed in the military, because they were going to send him to Vietnam. He got lucky and got sent to Panama, and that's where he met my mom. He's from Ohio, so he's northern. He grew up on a farm, and never in a million years he thought he would come to Panama and be stationed here for 2 years and end up marrying a Panamanian woman, and that's what happened. And that's in the 60s. That's when it was supposed to be the good old days, right? So, that's nothing new, man. I mean, they just clicked, and then, they're still together to this day, so, it does work. And, just thinking back, it's like, man, he could have married any girl in the U.S., but no, he decided to, and he was concerned about that and all, but, in the end, he did it. And, that's a good example of back in the 60s, he's a boomer, so, that goes to show that even in those times, even before that, Tesla was talking about feminism in the late 1800s. We're talking over 100 years ago, and which is the reason why he decided to stay, a virgin and use that, transmute that energy into his inventions and be the best, the greatest inventor of all time, basically, in my opinion. But it really depends on what you want to do. It's like follow the energy that's within you, and that'll guide you. So if you trust it and do it, it'll guide you to whatever it is. We have that magnetism inside us that, if we allow it to flow, you will attract those things. It's like, it's not when you seek it, it's when you let it attract to you. And that goes for women, that goes for money, that goes for everything else. The second you try to grab it and go after it, it disappears. Because now you're using the reverse energy. You're not using the energy within to attract those things. Go ahead, Jose.
I just hear a lot of new age philosophy is all I hear.
Well, I'm saying, dude, the guy that gets all the women, is he going after, doing the approach and shit? No, those women are coming to him. That's a fact of life, because they see him as the alpha and as the provider of being protected, because they go by a protection mechanism. That's how they're wired. We're wired different. We're two totally different types of beings. So
it's both. He goes out and gets it, and women come to him. It's just.
It's even better. He grabs what he wants, and shit. They come and they're attracted already. Why? Because he's already in that position. I'm saying you have to put yourself in that position to be able to attract that. If you're not in that position, you're not going to be able to attract it.
I mean, I'm finding out, and I think, man, you're the same way. Is I'm finding out that the women I date, and I'm finding that my most failed relationships have been with American women. So I'm finding that women from different countries.
Just say it, white women.
Yeah, Bruno, drop that bomb. Man.
I mean, that's
white women.
That's the reality. I mean, we've talked about this in private. That whether it be a Latin woman, there's a different vibe there. It's way different the way they treat you. Even if they are Americanized, there's still a different vibe. And that's something, later in life, I'm finding out that, it's the American women that I didn't vibe with at all. And I'm finding that I'm going outside, not even out of my comfort zone, but I'm finding a different, at 58 years old, I'm finding a whole different group that I probably should have gone with earlier in life. So I had my mind set on what I wanted, and what I wanted wasn't what worked out for me. Okay. Does that make any sense? No, let me rephrase that. What I thought I wanted. Okay. So I'm also adaptable. Again, I'll go back to the Tony pill. I can adapt, and now I'm adapting at 58 years old. I don't have an issue with that. So I think what this is, it's just for everybody here. I think it's more of an option, is what it is.
I think we got too many options these days.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Hold on, check it out, dude. You're looking for the 1950s, and Beta Slayer's looking for the laws and all that. So how come it's wrong when the laws are literally you go to Cuba right now, it's literally legally damn near the 1950s. You know,
I'm not thinking about the laws, though.
No, hold on.
I'm not thinking about the laws. I'm thinking about me.
Yeah, but dude, you said you want to fight the system. Why are you fighting?
No, I'm not wanting to fight the system. It's spiritual warfare.
Dude, it's spiritual warfare. It's but why are men afraid to get married? It's the laws, the implications
because they weak.
Of the
that's
law.
why.
But hold the truth. Let him explain.
Of women. Men are scared of women.
Primal man. What? Explain to us that thing that drives you, that thing in your soul that says this is it. Explain to us what that is. Like what do you want to fight towards? What is it you want to accomplish?
God's my driving force.
Well, when you know that we all are part of what you call God, and there's not an exterior God, but it's within us.
I used to believe that.
You are because you can create things. You can destroy the world as well as save the world. So therefore, you are God. Man can do that. They can create atomic bombs. They can do all these things.
I used to believe that. I used to study a lot of Taoism.
What's wrong with fear?
Philosophy. I'm trying to figure out who's speaking.
What is your driving force now at this time? I'm saying, what is your soul telling you? It chose
you. A legacy.
Okay, which every man wants, but you need to be a little more, specific.
When I die, I want what I stand for and the man I am to carry on after I'm dead and gone.
And most men that do that don't speak of it. They know it, but they don't speak of it as in like, I'm going to be this and that. I'm going to do this. They might speak it at some points, but not to the point where they delusionalize themselves. It's like they're more in tune with doing that. It's like a man that's like, I'm going to get all these women. No, the guy that gets all the women doesn't speak about it at all. And his friends are saying, how is it you do all these things? And they realize, it's the looks, the height, the money, whatever.
Right, but what's that got to do with me?
I'm saying, what is it? I'm trying to understand your definition of what it is you're trying to accomplish, because you interjected a few times saying, no, it's not this. It should be this way. I want to know what that is to better understand, where you're coming from.
Scribe had said earlier, Primal Man, that what he said, I liked what he said. In other words, you go for what you want, but the reality is, like, even with myself, I go for what I want now. I'm adaptable, but also understand, like what Hold the Truth Hostage was saying, that let's say you do find that here and now the woman does change, and you guys are younger now. So, I've been around a little. So you, like I had put in one of my posts, you have to deal with the fallout. So the woman you choose, okay, if it changes, the fallout is really bad here, is what they're saying. I mean, I'm finding this really simple.
But it's still a reflection of the man, though. The women are a reflection of us. If my woman decides to fall out, that's on me.
No. So you're saying a woman, hear me out, Primal Man. How can she be a reflection on you when she legally has more advantages than you?
Because I'm not worried about the laws, though. I'm worried about me.
No, dude, you're recitling something without adding the facts, dude. If you're a religious man, you're seeking to get married for religious reasons, then if the laws getting in the way of you having a family under that religious upbringing, then isn't the law the problem? So that becomes, and let's say this: if God is everywhere, then how can you deny that God is with you in another country? So the thing we're trying to say is, man,
Hey, but
and the thing I'm
hold on,
saying,
hold on a
go
second. I
on.
think what he's trying to say is he wants to be the dominant, obviously the man in the relationship, like it was in the old days, where the men are the ones who lead the woman, and she follows, she cooks, she takes care of the kids, she does her role as a woman, right? So I believe that's what he's saying. And if that's the case, then you need to find a woman that possibly, works on a farm, or someone who has traditional values.
Absolutely, yeah. Not
That
necessarily
where now
works on
you
a
can,
farm or doesn't
or someone,
know how to
whatever,
read or write or whatever. I
a
think that
woman that
gets a
knows
bad
her
rap.
place, a woman that knows her place
A
and
woman,
knows that
a
you're
woman. Period.
yeah, that
What
knows
y'all
her
see out
place.
here? This ain't women.
Yeah.
These ain't women out
And
here.
problem, man, this is what every man's looking for, bro. You're right.
Right.
This is what every man's looking for, but men are saying these days it's not like that, and that is true in a certain sense. But there are women that are like that, but they're trying to say no, all women are like this. But no, these are women that have been infected, indoctrinated with Instagram
Right.
and all that stuff. There are women that don't have that have lived, on the outskirts and don't know anything about that. And I believe that's what you're looking for. So if that's the case, then there, you can definitely find that, and you'd have to go to certain locations to find that,
I
So
think there's a disconnect between I think there's a disconnect between religion and, I don't want to say reality, but there's a disconnect between religion and reality. Okay. How do I say this without sounding like an idiot? But we have a lot of different religions in the world. Okay. And there's a lot of different beliefs. Okay. So we do get focused on our religion. I consider myself a Christian. Okay. But I also like to look at the reality of the world that's going around me, which is really important. Okay. But I get that building a family. Trust me, I think that's cool as hell. I love that, but I think what we're just getting here, again, like I say, is options to make yourself, to give yourself a better life, because we're no longer stuck to 50 states. We're not.
Well, Scribe said every man wants. Yeah, Scribe said every man wants a traditional woman. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, that's a reality.
Is that true? I mean, would y'all agree that every man wants a traditional woman?
I would think so.
But one thing Tony's saying, and I'm gonna bring up one thing Beta Slayer said. Why is it a man running away when he's seeking success and seeking his happiness rather than being in the country that's demonized him? How can that be unless you're saying that unless a man is with us suffering the casualties of the government and the laws, he's a failure. He's a coward and he's running away because he you know what I mean? That's the signal y'all send.
But it's up here. Hold the truth. It's up here. If we're all about like we gotta seek after our own happiness, we already lost. We already lost.
You're saying a man's not allowed to be an individual. And let me ask you this, Prime.
We don't live. Men don't live for themselves. We never was supposed to live for ourselves, and that's just the way I see it. I mean, people can disagree.
Then why does your legacy matter if you don't live for yourself?
As a Christian, I'm not supposed to live for myself. I don't live for myself. Now, this ain't nothing I've been doing for my entire life. This is rather new to me. So just so y'all fellas
But
know.
you're saying to your children and to your family is what you're saying more specifically, right?
Well, yeah, that's a big part of it. Yeah,
You're sacrificing yourself for your children and your wife and the livelihood of your family, obviously.
Yeah, from a physical standpoint, more than a spiritual standpoint. But yeah, absolutely, for sure.
But that's what you got to do. Any man that's ready to get married do that, and that's the sacrifice. And if you understand that well, then you'll be more well prepared.
That's
when
right.
When you do that.
That's right. And that's why I say up here, if it's already about you, about me, about my happiness as a man, you already lost. You ain't gonna get that trad wife.
See, I'm still lost in that. I'm still lost in that. I'm still on that phase where I'm like, okay, which woman is going to be, a long-term thing? And when they say fall in love, I don't see the love. I just see lust.
That's
All
fake
I see
love.
Is lust. Yeah,
That's
there ain't no
fake
love. No matter how much you want to, you love having sex with them, the love thing, it's like, how do you really know if you love this woman until you got the kids and everything, and then shit goes south, and then that's when you know. Right. But that's already down the line. You ain't gonna know that, right? So, that's a risk. Every man got to take a risk when it comes down to it. All you can do is say, hopefully this is the right one, and just go with the flow, and then
If you
But
do
don't
what's
but,
right, if you're already doing what's right as a man, I do believe all things will work out. It ain't gonna be easy, but a life as a man ain't supposed to be easy.
definitely, man.
But if you
But is
decide, hey, look, it's me to say I'm a Christian, I'm not living for myself no more. I'm gonna live for God here. All the rest of the things are gonna fall into place. Is it gonna be easy? Hell no. But I'm not worried about the system. I'm not worried about female nature. I'm not worried about whoever, a different country. As
Exactly.
men, we gotta,
You're
yeah.
focused on your family, on the right stuff. If
Right,
you keep your
right.
focus there, you're going to do it. If you're too worried
Right.
about whatever, you're going to be stuck in that mindset. You're not going to go anywhere. So you're right.
It's a spiritual war out there. This ain't about
Mm-hmm.
laws. This ain't about women or men, physical natures, and all this kind of stuff. This is a spiritual warfare.
Exactly. And I tell many times on MD stream that it's not about the money. It's not about control. It's not about any of that. It's about control of your mind. And that goes to the spirituality.
Yeah.
Because when you leave this realm, that's all you take with you is your experiences. So if you allow other people to influence your truth, that is deterring from who you really are and why you're even here in the first place. In order to, so
Yeah, and I'm not ignoring reality. I know it's a mess out there. Believe me, I know it's a first class mess. But there's only one way out of it, and to just sit there and
the thing is, you're so real. A lot of men will be intimidated by that fact, and the thing is, you need to detail it a little bit more because, like earlier, you're saying, I know it's not about me. It's about doing what God says, the other thing, sacrificing. You need to paraphrase that with because that comes with being a real man and being a father and having a wife and taking care of the family and all that.
Yeah.
So they need to understand that because if you come up and just say that, they're gonna be, oh, he's trying to be a show off or whatever. No, that's what a man does. A man has to sacrifice, but you need to explain that, or else people will start thinking, the other thing. But
you're right.
Yeah,
I wish
right.
I was a little better at articulating things, but hey,
Well, you're so real. That's your strength. That's your strength, and it took me a while to see that, but I see it now, brother. You're good.
What's funny is like I've been listening to this discussion, and I kind of saw that. I'm seeing like, because Scribe, you had said earlier about like you want something, basically what you said, and you have to go after it. That's your conviction as a man. So I'm not seeing I understand a religious point of view. I understand a secular point of view. And you made a good point, Scribe, about lust or love. And that's a hard thing for a lot of men to discern, a big time, in a huge.
Yes, because that's the pull. That's what will rip you apart. The
Mhm.
lust or the love or going after what you want versus what society tells you, which is do not go after that. We want you to conform. We want you to walk our line. Remember, like Johnny Cash said, walk the line. They don't want you to get off that line. They want you to stay on. They want you to stay on that line. They don't want you to turn right or left and see what else is out there, and what can empower you over them. This whole thing is a dog-eat-dog world. When it comes to business or politics, these guys are the most vicious people because anyone who's in power has to be corrupt. You cannot be in power and because someone who's full of love and lives off the land and just lives naturally, they're so above any type of control or hatred or jealousy that reality doesn't exist to them because they're on a much higher vibration. So the guys that have to control and kill people and do all these nasty things, these guys are so thirsty for validation and they've never been loved in their life and they don't understand what love is. So they have to loving themselves, not loving a woman, because the woman thing's a whole different thing, but understanding yourself, loving yourself, being the true man you were born to be. It's like there's no bigger sin in life in not becoming the man you're supposed to be and allowing other people to deter you and say, no, you got to be doing this and that. And that's the definition of a simp, regardless of women or not. You're a simp to life. You're a sheep. You're following the other guy. You're walking that line. You're not saying, wait a second, this is my life, mom and dad or big brother or big sister. This is my life. And I'm going to see, what I can do here. Because as you know, all the guys who became billionaires were college dropouts. None of these guys use their degree to be a billionaire, right? So
I
that
get,
means
yeah,
they go ahead.
yeah. I get the hey, we got to do what makes us happy as men because ain't nobody gonna do it for us. I get that, but it's we're missing so much more when we come out with that forefront of a choice or a mindset.
I think what he's saying is too. I think for me, it's really simple. What I'm getting is like what's driving it. And I have to agree with this because that's and I don't think anybody on this panel could disagree with it. That, and I'm trying to paraphrase him, but go after what you want. It's your truths, okay? You go after what you want, you go get it. But the only caveat I'll put on that is, if it's not right, you have to deal with the fallout in this country. Just plain and simple. I mean, that's as it can be described. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with going after a marriage and kids as long as it's good for you. But you know, it's like with myself. Any woman I choose, just like one of my community posts, the one guy had put, I think it was Darkest Night. But you choose wisely because you're going to have to deal with the fallout, period. And the fallout will probably be worse here sometimes than it will be in another country. But that's an option. That's all it is. To me, I look at it as an option. That's where that whole other country thing comes in. Or what do they call it? Location thing or whatever it's called.
I got a different I got like to add on to that view, I look at things like almost like an MMO RPG where the USA is like the best place to make money and acquire resources, but in terms of finding a traditional woman that's more family oriented, it's pretty piss poor. And that based on the laws and mainly the laws in that way, but then you got career-oriented people. The cost is super high when your dollar has a lot more power in another country. I think the reason why travel might not work for Primal Man is that he says he would like to have a more direct impact on like the future of the American community is what it sounds like. So I guess he would have to factor in a lot of the potential side effects of sifting through a thinner pool of qualified applicants in a way in terms of finding a woman. I just look at it as in today's age,
y'all gonna go to tripping, but I tell y'all where to find a woman. You find a woman in church. That's where you find a woman. I know y'all got a lot to say about that.
I got a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Until you squared away, if you're squared away with God, and you go to church and you choose you want to go to church, you'll find a woman in that church.
Yeah, but the church isn't just in the USA, man.
Right. No, I'm not saying it is.
Well, I'm gonna say this, dude. And Tony, to me, he dropped in the words of MD, the atomic bomb, is that you have to, as a man, and this is something most don't talk about in manosphere, be accountable. That fallout Tony's talking about is be accountable for your decisions. Don't come back here 3 years from now in a video saying, well, it didn't work out. I'm paying this, I'm paying that. You have to be accountable. You can't hide from what happened by, not taking accountability. And I think what Tony's saying is you as a man and Scribe saying the same thing is go after what you want, but be accountable for the inevitable aftermath. And I'll say one more thing. What most men don't get in the US is that women have been trained that femininity has to be a weapon. It's not something she should come natural and be with. It has to be something to lower a man with or bait him, because we're in a country where women have been trained to devalue family for the achievement of the corporation. You're a slave if you're at home 8 hours cooking for your kids or your family.
Right there, you said it. Right there, you said it. Men need to understand women are being brainwashed just like men are. And the fact that they're being brainwashed, we're gonna go by that and say, oh, they're all bitches and whatever because they've been brainwashed just like we have. But to say the problem, man, it's like, okay, you say the main way is to do it, go through a religious institution to find your wife. That is your reality, because I can see right now that you're that righteous type of guy that could pull that off. Other men are different, and they may want a different, you know, a Latina chick that can dance and cook or whatever.
Let me tell you.
Depends on
Let
what.
me tell you. Right, and I agree with you. You can have a man find a woman off of any dating site, off of any club, any pig pen that you can think of, and he becomes a righteous man. He gets himself together. He gets squared away. He starts walking a man's path. That he could turn that woman's life around. I mean, not him. God will do it, but he'll do it through leading her. So, yes, you don't have to technically get a woman in church, you know.
So what you're saying?
That's how you know.
Housewife?
What's that?
Just kidding. I said so. Turning a hoe into a housewife.
I think you're.
I'm just saying that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. If we got 99% of the women in this country are hoes, somebody's gonna have to turn a hoe into a housewife.
Okay,
Ain't nobody getting married.
But that
Right,
goes back
nobody
to what I was
having
saying.
kids.
That's what I was saying earlier, that if you know that you have that power to do that in that scenario, then that's how you take advantage, because that's true for you. It may not be true for Tony or Hold the Truth or me. I mean, we probably feel different routes and we'll go do that route.
I understand.
To find a particular chick. So
I
when you
understand.
add those things together, you cannot write a book or really give anyone advice, except all you could tell them is, like, look, you know, you kind of know who you are, you kind of know what your strengths are. Find that within you and see how you can kind of work around that edge, that you have that particular edge about you that other men don't, and you focus on that and you let that be your catalyst for success.
That's
and
right.
not go by these generalizations that all women are this way or men are this way, or
That's
the
right.
old generalization where it basically says, don't find out who you are, just follow what we say and just live that life. And that's the worst thing any man can do.
Yep,
So,
it is.
Scribe, question for you. Why did you say you can't get married? You said something, I forgot what you said, and mentioned the reason for it.
Yeah, my situation is very particular because I came back to Panama, and since I have both citizenship, Panamanian and American, you know, I'm kind of in a good position, you know, for the women's side of it, and it's not being able to just settle down with one and constantly wanting the next best thing, and being afraid of getting into a commitment and, you know, losing that freedom, and then on top of that, the kid can't protect the kid and do all that. So for me, that's a massive. You know,
But as for your paradigm, that if you know your strengths and weaknesses, then you should be able to find a way to do it. Why can't you do it then?
Because I know I'll lose my freedom, and that's.
He's not ready. Some people just ain't ready. I wasn't ready for a real long time either.
Yeah,
just the way it is.
Generalizations. When we say generalizations, there is something what we call averages, and we don't talk about exceptions. And even the solid laws of physics, even like law of gravitation, is a law of averages. It's not an absolute reality. Although for practical macro universe it is, but there are exceptions to even these laws.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that when you say, "Oh, we can't apply generalization," that's actually not true, because we do use heuristics. The human brain and psyche is designed and evolved that way, to use heuristic.
Well, you have to also ask yourself where these statistics came from. What demographic did it come from? What time period? What, you know, all these different questions on how you came up with this generalization. You see what I'm saying? And how does that apply to you? You know, there's so many.
See, I'm not even going into the studies. I'm using. See, I don't get into studies because I can quote 50 studies and you can quote 50 studies to support your position. So there is no point in using those statistics, because, as Twain said, they are lies, they are goddamn lies, and then they are statisticians. So data is nothing.
So what do you believe then? What statistics do you go by, if that's the case?
Oh no, I'm asking you from common sense. If your paradigm is so strong, then how come you can't do it? Yet you're telling everybody else to use it.
Because I don't want. I choose not to. Like Prahlad said, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to. Because he said it. He's like, look, he's already ready to do it. I'm not. I'm not ready to just say.
Me. He's talking about me.
I'm talking about Prahlad, man.
No, I'm not
ready.
talking to you.
I know
Prime
not, but I'm saying
Minister.
he's ready to
General
do that.
country.
I'm not ready to give up my life to, because I know once I sign that contract, I know now I cannot live for myself anymore. And now it's about the family, and now it's about her. So by knowing that, that's what I'm fearing. I'm saying that's the reason why I have it, and also I want something better and better and better, whatever. So it's and you realize that there isn't no lock on love. It's like shit that would have happened years ago if that was, you know, if there was true quote unquote love, what they say love is, you know.
It's
So I
appreciated.
know that's not true, and I know women cannot love, you know, unconditionally like they love their children or their cat or their dog. You know, unfortunately, they cannot do it with a man, and that's part of their safety mechanism, which is their survival mechanism to continue to latch on to the next best man.
You're going back to that robotic red pill stuff, Scribe.
No, but I'm saying a woman's natural instinct is to do it. Unfortunately, if she's not getting what she wants from the guy, she will leave. There's just nothing you can do about it. I mean,
well,
that's
one thing I think Scribe's going through is I think it's that a lot of men, because of the way the system has told men you got to have one woman, that whole limited mind state when it comes to your humanity as a man is reaching your potential. Scribe might be a 3-woman man. You know what I'm saying? And that might be what he needs to be fulfilled in his life.
What the?
You know, the thing is, we're set up in a society where they tell a man to limit himself. And let's be honest here, before religion, there was men walking around doing what they got to do. And I think what's going on with Scribe and what he described is he's not a single woman type of guy. He's more of a probably needs 2 or 3, you know, but that's his desire. And if he can, you know, if he can provide for that level of 3 women and keep the family stable, so be it. You know, I look at it like that. I think that's what Scribe is having a mental battle with. You know, he's not trying to be, I forget the word for it, when you're with one woman or something. I forget the word.
Monogamous or
monogamous. You know?
As much as like Hold the Truth Hostage just said that. I mean, I met Andrew Tate. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Andrew Tate. I met him about a month or so ago. Now, he lives a monogamous life with 3 different women, 3 or 4 different women. And I mean, that's the reality. But that's the life that he chose. So I get that that's not for me, and it's not for a Christian guy. You know, I get that, Gonzo, too. You when you said what the and
kids, Tony? Does this guy have any kids? This guy that you're talking about, Andrew Tate or whatever?
I'm not going to say.
I don't know.
So that's
Okay.
That's
in my case, I wouldn't be with all of them at the same time. It would have to be one-on-one. It's not going to be all at the same time. Or like, no, I'm not like that. I'm just saying that
separate bases of operation.
Yeah, I don't see the Bonnie and Clyde thing. I mean, that could possibly happen, but I don't see like she's gonna ride and die type of shit. So I'm just like, okay, these girls are this way, and I just gotta accept that's how it is. I'm just gonna, it's between 3 to 6 months is when I have to reinstall a new girl, and then you have the exes coming back. So I already know within 3 to 6 months they're gonna be asking for the ring. They're gonna want to go serious and all LTR, all that shit. So before that happens, always cut it off. So I'm so used to doing that. But there was this one girl that I almost, got the ring and all that. But that was like, a couple of years ago. And from that experience, there was some.
My life, Scribe.
I mean, there was some level of what you would call love, but it wasn't love. I understood it was not that. It seemed that way. I just had to become real to myself. And then this is kind of how I found MD, because after that happened, I was kind of broken. I was like, damn, what happened there? And then when he explained that when women, get to a certain age, they lose a certain amount of eggs, and he was explaining the anatomy and all this stuff. I was like, man, I got to find out who this guy is. And that helped me heal from that situation. But that was only one time in my life. I've been with many women, since I've been in high school, and that only happened once. But I realized it wasn't the love I thought it was. It came close to it, but it was, I understood it was an illusion. It wasn't that.
Scribe, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't want to answer, just
I'm 42.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
don't look my age, but I'm 42.
I think what's happening here is that you know, as Gonzo, Christian guy, man, a Christian guy. I don't know what anybody else is. I know Muhammad. I think Muhammad is Muslim, if I'm correct.
Very much so.
Yeah. So what happens is
Not the exploding type, though. Thankfully,
I think in the manosphere, I think we have to find truths that kind of work for everybody. And as hard as that might sound to all of us, even as a Christian guy, okay, it's better than the alternative, is what I'm looking at.
But the thing is, Tony, only we can answer that. You cannot answer it. I cannot answer it.
Yeah.
They have to answer it for themselves.
Mhm.
And they have to understand they have that within. The second they let all these general statistics take over the reality, it's pretty much done. That's what they're going to go by. But if they don't take a second to realize who they are and what they can do and what other advantages they have and what's their reality, that reality will never cease to be manifested.
And you can't convince them.
I've been in situations, I remember when I was a kid, I was like 13, 12 years old, playing soccer. I was just a left forward, where basically the second the referee, blows the whistle, the guy in the middle passes it to me, and then I'm supposed to take it and then pass it or whatever. And for some crazy reason, one game I had in my mind, I saw it in my mind that I could score a goal from the center point and just kick it with my toe as hard as I could, and somehow the fucking ball is going to go into the goal. And it fucking happened. And it came through mind manifestation. I realized that because when I kicked it, the ball went really fast, really straight, but the goalie would just sit there and looked at the ball like he was like, what the fuck's going, like, what's going on here? And the ball went in. And I saw that in my mind's eye before it even happened. And it wasn't like, and the coach was like, what the hell are you doing? And all of a sudden everyone cheered. So it was like, I've had that happen a couple of times with different, like when my dad fishing, broke the line. It was my favorite lure. My dad's, don't worry about it, I'll buy you another one. It was like, 20, 30 yards away on a lily pad. It broke the line when I did the cast off. I sat there for like an hour trying to just take a hook and get it back. It was like almost impossible to do it, but I got it. Like in an hour, my dad was like, wow. But it's like, I remember when those things happen, I saw it in my mind. And sometimes you can manifest those things.
Yeah, what you're describing is a linear system. In the psychological and cerebral functioning, it's called a linear system. And what a linear system is like, you practice golf. You practice golf, give it 10,000 hours, and you can become an expert. That's a linear system. But what we're dealing with in real life, when we're dealing with other human beings, we are not linear systems. We are complex and non-linear systems. And what that means is there are too many variables, and you cannot predict what will be the final outcome. This is.
But how do you explain those instances where it's almost impossible, but the guy had so much determination, and he saw it in his mind, and it happened? How do you explain that?
You can do that. You can do that very easily in the linear systems, but you can't do it in the non-linear systems. It does not work that way.
What's the non-linear? You're saying it's not real life? What are you saying?
So non-linear system is the actions that you introduce and you execute are very well defined, and the outcomes are very quickly observed and documented. For example, in chess, for example, in golf, that's called a linear system, in which actions result in direct observable consequences, and they're immediately noticeable. That's a linear system. And a non-linear system is when you make choices or take actions, and consequences cannot be predicted because there are too many variables. That is what it means. If you remember the butterfly effect, that's a real thing. It's not just a movie. It's a real physics.
I'm saying these are very rare instances, but it does happen.
They're not. They're not. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I'm saying that if I were to try to do that same thing over and over and perfect it, I'm saying that's probably not going to happen. But at that particular point, if you're emotionally driven and there's something else extra, this is extra energy or whatever you want to call it, that allows you to pull off that almost impossible objective.
Okay.
It's like you've heard of women that get super strength, like the baby is about to get hit by a car or is under a car, and the woman somehow the woman lifts the car and gets super strength or whatever. That's been reported several times. Depending on the situation, and men have done things too that are normally what they would call impossible. They did it in that situation.
Yeah.
Whether it's divine, whether God did it for them. You've heard of people getting hit by cars that should have died, but God supposedly lifted them up and they didn't land, messed up and they survived or whatever. There's been many of those, near-death experiences, all that stuff. There's been lots of explanations, but science decides what they want to say is true or not, or what they'll touch upon.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so I mean, you have to really. I mean,
I know what you mean, Scribe. It's like one of those things where you just boom, you do it, and it works out.
Yeah, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's 1 in a million shot. 1 in a million
there's no-
shot. You're like, holy shit, what happened?
There's no explanation for it. There's no science that can back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, I got you. I love when that happens. I mean, I think every man does.
Yeah, that's the time to remember. But yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir.
getting a little bit late right now. I don't know if you guys are gonna stay up longer, but I need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. I gotta get up. I planned on a 2-hour stream, but that's all right. It's 4.5 hours.
It's been a good
for
stream,
stretching
man.
it out.
What more than what you bargained for?
But it's good. I like this because I don't
love it.
want to end something when there's a discussion like this because it's important. You know, I get. You know, I think under a Christian belief, we would say there's a discussion almost between secular beliefs and Christian beliefs. But I also think there's a compromise in solutions between both. You know, I think that's important.
But remember, Tony, we also have our beliefs.
Yeah,
If
and
we understand who we are.
that's why I say the Tony pill. My belief is
that's the missing link. That's the missing equation. All these guys aren't.
Tony, I think a common fallacy is trying to come up with one solution for everyone when we should really just express options that anyone can take in a way.
But Caduceus, it's also your own solution. Like with Problem Man, he found his solution because that's what he's driven to do. Once you understand your solution, that's your solution. So you're not going to go by the masses of what they claim the solution is.
Fellas, it's bullshit. Your truth, my truth, my truth, my truth.
We're all
your
different.
Truth, your truth.
Exactly.
It's bullshit.
We're living different truths at the same time.
It's bullshit. That's why we're in the situation we are in right now.
Why do you say it's bullshit?
Because at that point, truth is subjective.
No, he's not talking about truth. He's talking about what you're going for is the truth. In other words,
well basically what I'm saying is like if you ask Michael Jordan, train me to dunk a ball from the free throw line, and he tells you honestly, bro, I can't teach you that because unfortunately you need to be my height and have my physique and everything else to be able to pull that off. That's his truth. Whereas if you understand your truth, it's going to be a different version. Therefore, no one else can tell you what to do. You yourself have to know what you can do. You know, that's what it comes down to. And everyone wants a book or a guide to tell them what to do, and that's the problem. They never get to discover who they are and how they can make a difference in the way they are, and that is their own reality of truth. If they happen to be super genius or whatever, only he can do that, or maybe a few people in the world can do that, but he's going to take advantage of that, and that's going to be his truth. Where some other guy is the best fighter in the world, his truth is going to be that, just like Primal Man, his truth, you know, is different from that. So everyone has their own thing. You know, I believe that once we understand that simple logic of you hold the answer within you, all you need to do is unlock it.
Yeah.
You can make progress. Because the news and media try to tell you, no, you got to be left or right. What is that left or right? I can be left about some things and right about other things and libertarian about other things. Prostitution, I'm a libertarian. You know what? Paying, you know, fake taxes for things we shouldn't be paying taxes on, I'm totally against that. So it's like I'm not one thing or another. I am multifaceted because I'm different. I'm not the same as you. And people want to categorize you into a label, and that's where we get screwed. That's where we get screwed because now everyone's fighting for that fake truth, which is not theirs. It's some other guy that made up this idea. You're fighting for his truth. That's why he's the one in power, and that's why he's making all the money. And that's why he's on top of the pyramid.
More specific than that, Scribe. These are very vague and elusive and nondescript terms to your truth, my truth. Well, next time we should break it down to specific issue and we should tease it out because this is what is used. If your argument is your truth, my truth, then all ideologies are correct. Postmodernism is correct. Rousseau is correct because he lectures everybody else in the world how to raise a family, yet he dumped his own kids, 5 of them, into orphanages where all of them died. So that was his truth, and that's ridiculous to even claim. So, but we need to get specific.
I think what's happening is we're getting truths mixed up with like a vision. Okay, I think that's where the
It has to
disconnect.
be specific. That's what I'm saying.
But I think that's a guy who fell victim to the sheep mentality. The majority of men are going to fall victim to the sheep mentality, unfortunately. Very few men are going to succeed and reach that height of greatness. That's why it's so rare. And that's why we're saying you have to seek out your own truth, where things that are true for you are not true for other people.
That's true. Seek out your own truth.
You don't get lost. You don't get lost in that mainstream mindset, and you're sitting there with the flag, waving the flag. No, you need to create your own flag. You need to create your own thing. When you're sitting there waving the flag for some other guy, you've lost your truth. You've lost who you are. You're supporting whoever the next president's going to be, and you know in your heart that that's not going to change a damn
You're going to
thing.
wave the flag for somebody else, then you're going to
Yes.
wave the flag for yourself, and then you're going to wind up going, oh, damn, waving the flag for God. It's just going to wind at the end of the rope, God's always there. That's what I found.
And you are it. You are part of God. You're here right now, living this life.
Yeah.
You know,
So
not God. You know.
I'll shut up now. I'll let somebody else say something.
No, I just think is that I think what's happened is that I think what the whole conversation leads to is that you're chasing and going after what you want. Okay? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I'm going after what I want in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that when I go after what I want, I'm good with it. But that I think the confusion is the truth thing. Okay?
Yeah.
When we say your truth, this truth, but your truth is to live a godly life. Gonzo's truth is to live a godly life.
You know, I think it goes beyond just vision, though, because there's some things that primal man can do that Scribe can't, or I can't, or what Gonzo can do some things that I can't, and I can do some things that they can't.
Physically, of course, yeah.
Physically, mentally, attraction-wise, what you can do. There's a lot of variables in play, and that's why you got to explore and experiment for yourself, because someone else's story isn't going to directly apply to you.
Exactly.
True.
I think
The
that's
truth
just
is everybody
misusing.
is different. It's not, oh, your truth, my truth. The core truth is everybody is different. That's the truth. Should I come and stab you, Scribe? I think that's my truth. I want to do it. Is that your truth? No. Is that how we phrase it? No. I'm doing a war game. I'm testing the hypothesis. And the way you phrased it, everybody's got their own truth. No, there is an objective way of assessing. So we need to define what we are calling the truth, because therein lies the rub.
I think it's the truth on what you're going for, is what he's saying. Am I getting that right, Scribe?
That's aim and
I
objective.
mean, basically, don't allow the general consensus to persuade your limits of your power, and explore yourself to see if you have other abilities that will allow you to succeed that do not fit this conformity of you have to be this way or that way.
Well, I think
the
there's
guys
a
that make it are the ones that aren't conforming to anybody. They're themselves. The best bands in the world, the best artists, the best everything, or the guys who live by their experience and don't listen to anybody. Really, they create. They don't have time to listen to anybody. They're creating their own reality, literally, and they're the consensus that other people
should I
go
steal
on.
from other people? Should I steal from other people? Because convention dictates people should not steal from each other. Forget the law for now, for the sake of discussion.
I mean, if you could deal with the consequences of everyone hating your guts and wanting you rotting in a cell, if you could deal with those consequences, then go ahead.
Exactly. How do I know there are consequences? How do I know that?
Well, you're gonna learn real quick when you steal and you go to jail. That's how you learn. I mean,
No.
I love
You
that
have
people
stolen. How do you know that's the consequence, Scribe? How do you know this?
hopefully you have half a brain to see if your friends or anyone else does it. You see the consequence. You look at the news.
So
see
you are conforming to the standard of society already.
that. Okay, let me separate that. There are basic truths, as in you cannot breathe underwater like
Let's
Andis says.
basic. Let's get down. What is the basic
You
truth?
cannot do certain. If you cut yourself, you will bleed. Right? There's certain truths, but then there's your truth of your ability. That's the part you're not seeing. You're talking about general truths that are based on a certain cap of, that everyone has to abide by, as in you need air, you need water, you need food. And there's the other truths that you might have a certain advantage that the other guys don't have, that you create that part of your own truth that makes you different and valuable. You see what I'm saying? There's two different types.
Abilities are indeed, that's the truth. That's what I said. Everybody's different. That's the truth we agree upon. But what I'm saying is that when you make a generalized statement, a statement of generalization, don't conform to society. We need to be very careful because there are real truths in the tradition of society. That's what I'm drawing your attention to.
There are real what? I'm sorry.
I want to hear what Gonzo's got to say on this. He keeps trying to
We're
jump
gonna
in.
let Gonzo speak, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
I think there's a much better word to use than truth. That's what I think. I think there's other words that you could use to describe what you're trying to describe, and it is not truth. It is another word. I'm not going to try and come up with one right now, but I think that just becomes a mess.
Well,
that's all I have to say.
That's why I was saying it's in other words, we know what Primal Man wants. We know what he wants. That's his. I don't want to say. Maybe I know Caduceus said. I said that's his vision. That's what he's going after. So I think you have to know what you're going after. Go after it, and then if it doesn't work out, you got to deal with it. To me, it's a plain and simple formula. And then you can add Christianity, add your religion. I mean, we have Muslim here, we have Christians. It's. To me, it's kind of a simple process.
But see, Tony, if it doesn't work out, don't let that stop you. If it doesn't work out, that's the fuel. Failure creates knowledge and wisdom, and enough failure makes you a master at that craft.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter how perfect you are, there's going to be imperfections here and there, and that's what creates you. Are you willing to seek that? Or are you going to sit back here and talk about the general statistics of how things are?
Right.
If you live in that thing of the stock markets and how the political thing is doing, and you're allowing them to live your life, do not expect any difference. Don't expect any gratitude from the government or anybody, because you are following the line of sheep. You're following the line. You're not being yourself. You're not being independent.
Every man,
life philosophy. Sorry, go on, man.
Every man's gonna get to a point where he's like, like you were saying, Scribe. He's gonna get to a point where he fails 1,000,000 times. When you reach a different point, you're going to say, my steps are ordered. If you're a Christian, you say, my steps are ordered by God. So every step that I take, whether it be a challenge, whether it be 2 steps backwards, it's still all moving in the right direction.
Yes.
And there is no...
I mean, unless you're absolutely insane, which the definition of insanity is to repeat something.
Yeah,
different
of course. Of course.
There are unfortunately people that are like this, and they have a mental disease. But if you don't have this and you can progress and learn from your mistakes, that's what this life is about. There ain't nothing else.
And that's what wisdom comes in.
And if you allow other people to pave that road for you, and you agree to these terms, which you have not experienced yourself, you will never live to be yourself. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Is you going to live to be that, or are you going to risk and be yourself and maybe piss off a few people because they don't like that you're doing things that are unique? And that comes with the territory. I mean, you cannot become a millionaire and not expect to have lawsuits.
Right.
Bill Gates has 5 or 10, 20 penny lawsuits daily. So to him, it's nothing. It's what he's used to. It's like when you are in that you're playing that major league, you're going to expect large adversaries, enemies. That's just the name of the game. So what life do you want to live? Some people say, screw all that. I don't want the money. I just want to live a happy life. That's a different thing. I'm going to live off the land. The oldest people in the world live off the land. They're happy as hell. They don't got money, but they're living in tune with nature versus some other guy on Wall Street making millions of dollars, but he hates his job. He's ready to jump out the window.
Yeah.
When you look at those realities and you realize it's not about that type of success, it's about inner success, your soul success in this life. That's what it's about.
Right.
Let anyone say what they want. Let them say, oh, you're a loser, you're not making all this money. Well, you know what? I don't want to become that. I don't want to be those people.
Right. Exactly right, Scribe. Yeah. Yeah, you struck a chord with me on that. I like that.
Yeah, so once we understand who we are and what we're dealing with, then we can objectively give knowledge to other people. And even then, all you can really say is find it within yourself because you have it in there. How many times have you seen TED Talks? You've seen the guy that's like 2 foot tall little midget dude missing an arm and a leg, but the guy is famous. He somehow brings in the people inspired, regular people with arms and legs, and regular people are inspired by this guy. But other people say, no, it's over, it's done. This guy, he's gonna die soon. But no, that little guy is living to his fullest. He's leaving that legacy you're talking about, and he's at the worst odds possible He knows he ain't gonna have that wife. He knows he ain't gonna have that white picket fence. He knows he ain't gonna have the Lamborghini and all this. But guess what? He's gonna live his fullest fucking life, and people are gonna fucking remember.
Yeah,
that's what living is.
Let's free Tony. Let's set Tony free. We have been holding him hostage for
Not
almost 5 hours.
at all. I expect the unexpected, and I actually like this tonight. I think it's really good.
This is
great. I think Muhammad, jump on MGTOW Dictionary's stream on Saturday night.
Okay.
They have a great stream that you can.
Okay.
I don't know if MD is still there. He's been quiet. Yo, MD is still there?
Yeah. I'm waiting. I figured out. I'm not gonna leave without you, Scribe.
Some things get a little fired up on MD's stream though, so get
Yeah,
ready.
just a little- yeah, it can get
That's all right. I think Muhammad would do good on there. I think that's right in his wheelhouse. I mean, especially with Scribe and MD. I think these conversations are necessary. We don't always come to an agreement at the end of everything.
I don't want an agreement, Tony. I would be bored if there was an absolute agreement between all of us. You would be bored too.
Yeah, no, it might be pretty good. I might have. I gotta see because I think somebody wrote me. They said Jay Tahoe might come on, and there's this other dating coach. He wants to debate. Forgot his name, but he left a comment, and it might be kind of fireworks.
Yeah, somebody on this panel when this live stream ends is gonna go to that kitchen, pour a bowl of Cheerios, and they're gonna be going, man, this whole God thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna wrap it up. Anybody have any last words?
I just want to say, just thanks everybody for the conversation. I think this is going to mark the night that I realized that I may actually be, I don't know yet, but I may actually be a 3-woman kind of person.
All right.
So I don't know. So thank you, holding the truth hostage. Whoever said that, that's amazing. It's okay. My wife didn't hear that, so that's. But yeah, thanks, guys.
Caduceus, any last words?
Yeah. Thanks for hosting, Tony. And I think a lot of bridges were made that will only strengthen men overall. It'll broaden all of our perspectives so we can make a bigger impact on the world. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Primal Man?
I'll just say one little thing, one little question. And I don't want an answer. I just want to say it as a question. At what point as men did we decide, something for y'all to smoke on, at what point did as men we decide that life was about being happy and feeling good as a man? Decide that. Okay, I'm done. That's it.
All right. MD?
Hey, man, thank you for having me, man. You have a great night, Tony.
Thanks for coming on. Scribe?
Yeah, I just want to tell Problem Man, you have to feel pain to experience bliss or goodness. That's the paradigm. That's the yin and the yang, unfortunately. So, if we need to experience that pain and understand that that's what we needed.
That's right.
To move to that next level. So,
yep.
Hey, Tony, love the stream, man. Awesome. Thank you for having me on. All you guys, Problem Man, and Gonzo Caduceus, Muhammad. Yeah, peace to y'all, brothers.
Muhammad?
Good to meet you, Scribe.
Likewise.
Yeah, no, thank you, guys. It was great discussion. Thank you for having me. It was awesome. Primal Man, bro, MD, Scribe, Tony, Gonzo. Yeah, it was awesome, man. It's a great thing we are getting together, putting this stuff out there for the younger men. I think we owe it to them so that they are better prepared for what's to hit them in the future lives. So, yeah, so be it. Godspeed.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on, guys. I appreciate all of you. I've got one thing to say, and this is going to be important, and I'm just going to end it and say, when the talking stops, that's when the shooting starts.
I think Ben Shapiro or Michael Knowles, one of these guys said that. I remember listening to that particular sentence.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you, and we'll do this.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Good night.
Cheers.